Hey there and welcome back to Guruji channel. In this video, we are going to build AI-based learning management platform where user can build and create a study material for an exam, job interview or even for a coding as well. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build completely from the scratch. To build this application, initially we are going to use a Next.js, Tailwind CSS and ShadeCN to set up our project. Then with the help of Neon PostgreSQL database and the Drizzle ORM, we are going to set up our backend to run our background jobs and create our AI workflow and to generate the content from the AI in the background. We are going to use a ingest function. Obviously, for authentication, I'm going to use a Clerk authentication, and to generate the content with the help of AI, we are going to use a Gemini AI model. Now, in order to make money with this SaaS application, we are going to integrate a Stripe payment gateway with a subscription model. All the services which we are going to use to build the application is completely free of charge. Now let's walk through the application first and we'll see what we are going to build in this particular project. Now you will see this beautiful landing screen, and here we have a button called dashboard. Just click on it. It will ask you to sign in. Once you successfully sign in, you will redirect it to a dashboard page. Over here we have this dashboard to see your all the courses which you created previously. On the left hand side you will see the beautiful side navigation bar, and at the bottom you will see available credits and how many credits you already used to create the course. Now over here I already created the 4 courses, so that's the reason it's showing 4 out of 5 credit use, and this is for a free trial. If you want to upgrade it, you can just go over here and then you can just get started with the monthly subscription plan as well. Before that, let's try to create a new course. So I will select the create a new, and you have option over here to select the what kind of study material you want to create. Now I will select the job interview and simply click next. Here you can provide the topic or you can just paste the content. Over here I will say full stack React developer. Then you can select the difficulty level and simply click generate. Now if you see, your course layout is generated, but the course content is generating behind the scene. Now with the help of Inngest, we already running the background task for us, and over here you will see the status as running because our notes and course outline is working right now, and over here you will see all the details. With the help of Inngest, you will get to know if any of the API is failed or not. On the dashboard you will see all the details. Once it is done, it will refresh it, and now your course is ready to view. Just click on it and boom, you will see the course preview section. Over here we have the course name along with the summary, then the different type of study material. Currently the notes and chapters are ready to view. If you want to work on flashcard or quiz, just click on generate and it will generate the flashcard for you. And below that we have the list of chapters are there inside this particular course. Let's click on this notes view, and over here you will see all the formatted notes for this particular chapter. If I want to go to the next chapter, we added this beautiful progress bar in order to move from one chapter to other. How cool, right? And everything is formatted beautifully. Then if I want to go to the or want to generate the flashcard, click on it and it will start generating flashcard. Inside the Inngest you will see the new job is running in the background, so you don't need to worry about to wait to complete your task. Once it is completed, you can go back and simply click on view flashcard, and boom, we have this beautiful flashcard section. If I click on this one, you will see the beautiful animated flashcard. How cool, right? Now if I go to the next one, here as well you will learn it from the flashcard. Again, if I go back and want to generate a quiz, just click on it and then our ingest function again start generating the quiz for you. Once the quiz is ready to view, you can just go over here and we have this beautiful section to give the quiz. Over here, if I select any answer, if it's wrong, it will give you the correct answer as well. Go to the next and so on. See how cool, right? And that's how easily we generated this quiz section as well. So guys, this complete course is a SaaS project. Now if you want to upgrade it in order to create unlimited courses, you have option to upgrade as well. Currently you are not able to create any courses because you reached the limit. So simply go to the upgrade and click get started. With the help of Stripe payment gateway, we added the subscription. Over here just fill all the details and click subscribe, and obviously once it is subscribed we added all the record to our database. Then we also integrated the Stripe webhook in order to get the detail from directly from the Stripe dashboard. Now this complete project is a full stack and is a SaaS application, and to build this you don't need any prior experience. This is a completely beginner friendly course, and if you want to get started just subscribe to our channel. Also if you want to refer any source code, you can always go to the tubeguruji.com and you will get the source code of this particular project as well. Over here if you want to join the membership, you can join membership on TubeGuruji Pro section, and it's just less than $9. On this particular tubeguruji.com you can get source code for all the project, also exclusive access to the courses as well. Now without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop AI based LMS platform application. In order to create a React application, we are going to use a Next.js. Next.js is a React framework for the web application. Now in many of my projects we develop the Next.js application, and if you are new to the Next.js, don't worry because I am going to teach you everything from the basic and from the start. So first thing you need to do is go to the nextjs.org and then simply copy this command in order to create a Next.js application, or simply go to the folder where you want to create project, and I will open a terminal at that folder, and inside here you just need to type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js. Currently Next.js is on 15 version, so it will install the Next.js with the 15 version. Now it will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then we need to give the project name. Here we will give AI study material generator, okay, and then click enter. Then it will ask, would you like to use TypeScript? Say no. The ESLint say no. The Tailwind CSS say yes to this one. So this command will also install the Tailwind CSS for our Next.js application. And then for app router say yes, and the turbo pack say no, and the import alias say no. And then if you see, it will start installing some dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency for a Tailwind CSS. Now once it's installed, you will see it is give the success message that your project is now ready. Now simply go to the VS Code, and inside the VS Code we are going to open the project folder. So let's click open. I will locate the project. So it is inside the Next.js React and the AI study material, and simply open it. Now on the left hand side you will see all the folders and file which get created inside this Next.js application. Now all our code which we are going to write inside the app folder, and all the packages you will find inside the package.json along with the name of your application, the script to run your project, and the dependencies and dev dependency. Now before running this project, just wanted to update little bit inside the package.json. As I told you that Next.js installed the latest version of Next.js which is 15, but it also updated with this React and React DOM. Now in many of the dependency or packages does not support this latest React version. So simply I will replace this with the version 18 and above, okay. So it is compatible to many of the all the latest packages which we are going to install throughout the course. Now let's save this one, and whenever you change any package version, make sure to install all of this package using the command npm install, or you can, in the short, you can say npm I. Then it is automatically installed and you will see these 3 packages get updated. Okay, and now you are ready to run your application. Now here are some of the files, you can just explore it. The one of the most important is tailwind.config.js file, which help us to configure related to the Tailwind CSS. Now go to the terminal, and inside the terminal you will see a new terminal option. Click on it and here it will open the terminal for you. Here just type npm run dev command. So it will run your application on localhost port 3000. Now open this port on your web browser, and then you will see the your web application is now running on this particular port. Now I will just move this side by side, and let's go to this app folder, because inside this app folder we have the default page which is rendering by default inside our Next.js application. If you go to this app folder, you will see you have this layout.js file which contain the root layout of your application, which whatever the pages is going to render is going to render through this children, which is inside this body and HTML tag. It also have meta tag which help us to add SEO for your application and some local font. Now this is the page.js file, which is the default page for your Next.js application. Obviously you can remove this all the content and simply will add a empty div. Now if I save this one, you will see on the right hand side, now you will see the empty screen, right? Because right now we just have empty div. Now let's add some text. So here we'll add h2 tag and we'll say subscribe to TubeGuruji YouTube channel. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And as soon as I save it, you will see that particular text is rendering on the screen. How cool, right? This is how without reloading your screen manually, the Next.js automatically reload your application as soon as you save your code inside the VS Code. Okay, perfect. Now guys, before moving forward, right, there are 2 VS Code extensions we need to install it in order to develop our application much faster. Just for that one, let's go to the VS Code extension tab, and inside here just search for the React Redux ES7 plus snippet tool. So this extension is quite powerful. Make sure to install this one. In my case it's already installed. And there is one more called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, okay, which will give you the suggestion when you write a Tailwind CSS classes. Now let's close all of these and we'll update the font of our application. If you see currently this is the basic or default font is applied. Now if you order to apply the new font, let's go to the layout.js file, and here if you see 2 local font is provided right through this fonts folder. Now I will remove this both the fonts, and I am going to tell you how easily you can add the font. Now whatever font you want to use it, just search it on a Google font. Google font has a bunch of different fonts which you can use it directly to your application. Just search a font. Let's say I want to use this outfit font, which is one of my favorite font, and in order to use this font, right, make sure the name only, and that's all you need. Then go over here and just import it. We'll say from, and here we'll need to say next/font/Google. Now once you mention this one, it will get the fonts from the Google. Now simply you need to add the font name, whichever font you want to use. So in this case I will say outfit, and you will get the suggestion. Once you add that one, you need to initialize that font. So here we'll say constant outfit is equal to outfit, and then inside here you need to write subset, and then you can mention a Latin, and that's all, right? Now to this body I will remove this class name and will add a class name as outfit, dot class name and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see our font of our application text is now changed to this outfit, and now it is applicable throughout the application. So that's how easily guys you can change the font of your application. Next we are going to install a Tailwind CSS based library called SharedCN. Now if you did not use this SharedCN library, then this is the one of the good opportunity for this project to use SharedCN library, which is a Tailwind CSS component based library. It has a lot of predefined component which you are use it directly to your application. Let's consider if you want to use this button, just install this button components and then you can directly use it. You don't need to write a code in order to add or design the button like this. So in order to install it, let's go to the SharedCN docs and here you will find the installation step. Now select the correct framework and then first thing you need to do to initialize the SharedCN in order to install a SharedCN into your project. So I will add a new terminal and I will just paste this line of code in order to initialize the SharedCN. Say yes, do you want to proceed, and then it will ask you to select the style. I will select the New York, but you can select either of one. Then it will ask you to select the base color. You can select any of these. We will select the neutral, and would you like to use CSS variable for theming? Say yes. Once it is installed, you will see some of the files get added into our project. Inside here you will see the lib folder, and then we have this component.json file which contain the configuration related to your SharedCN. Along with that one, if I go to the tailwind.config.js file, you will see under the themes color section a lot of different color get added. Now obviously if you want to update or change the default color of any of your application, you can just change over here. Let's consider if you want to change the color of this primary default one. Currently it's kind of black color, right? But if I want to change this one, let's say this one, right? And then save it. Now obviously whenever you use any component, the primary color will applicable. It's kind of blue color actually, okay? It's called royal blue color. Now let's save it and let's add one component. If you want to add a button component, you can just go to this search any component which you want to add and simply first install the package for that component, and once it is ready you can directly use it. Let's go to the page.js and I will use this button over here. You will see this button is importing from this component /UI/button, and here I will say subscribe. Now once you install any component from the SharedCN, you will see outside this app folder the new folder get created called components, and inside that we have UI folder, and here you will see the button.jsx which is already written by the SharedCN. Okay, obviously if you want to update anything inside this, you can update anytime in order to fully customize any components according to your requirements. Now let's save this one and let's go back and see how it looks on the screen, and boom, if you see you have this beautiful button with the primary color as a royal blue, and then we have this text. Cool, right? Now it also have the variant. If I go to this button component, you will see a different variant option as well as the size option. If you want to change the variant as outline, then you will see now button has only outline. If you want a variant like let's say ghost, and we'll go over here and simply add it as a ghost, you will see this button, but if I hover on this one, you will see this background effect. Okay, so that's how guys you can add the SharedCN Tailwind CSS based component library, which is quite powerful, help us to develop our application much faster. Now let's set up a backend for our application, and for that one we are going to use a Drizzle ORM. For any application the database is very important, and along with this Drizzle ORM we are going to use a Neon based Postgres SQL. The Neon PostgreSQL is very easy to integrate with any ORM, or you can directly use the PostgreSQL. Not only that, but it's free to use and is very easy to integrate with any application. It's compatible to Next.js, Drizzle, Prisma and many other languages as well. The Drizzle ORM is helpful when you don't know how to write a query to the any database, or in future if you want to change a database for your application. You don't need to write or change any backend code. You just need to change the configuration, URL or connection string for the database, and that's all you need to do. Drizzle ORM will take care of everything, and it's very easy to use. If you are using first time, then don't worry, I'm going to teach you everything from the basic. Now first thing you need to do, just go to the orm.drizzle.team. I will put the link in the description, and then simply go to the get started guide. Here you will see that different options where you can start integrating the new PostgreSQL database. You can also add the Postgres along with the MySQL or SQLite, or if you are using native or mobile application, you can use native SQLite as well. Now simply select this Neon because we are using Neon PostgreSQL, and then let's scroll down little bit. This is the basic folder structure that you can implement it, but we are going to use our own folder structure. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to use it. Now first thing you need to do is to install this database serverless. Okay, you don't need to use .env, or you can just copy it and let's install it, and then simply go to your terminal and simply paste it here. Once it is installed, you also need to install the Drizzle kit. We are not using TypeScript, so I will not use a TSX extension, and after this I will install this Drizzle kit as well. Then inside your .env.local file, we'll add the database URL. Now let's go to the folder, and here inside the root directory we'll create a new file called .env.local. Inside this we need to add the connection string, something like this, and here in order to get this connection string, you need to get it from this Neon database. Now if you don't have an account, create a new account, sign up or log in with the existing account. Once you log in, you will see the dashboard like this. You can create a new project if you don't have already, or you can select the existing one. If you see, with this Neon I created a lot of different AI project as well as many other Next.js and web application project. Now in order to create a new database, simply from this dashboard, under the database section you can have an option to create a new database and give the database name. Here I will give AI study material generator, and simply will create. Now once you create the project, you will see this connection string over here. Simply copy this connection string and then paste it here and save it. Now obviously you can also access all of this information from the dashboard, and inside the table you can select your database and you will see the table once we created the tables under this database. Now let's go back to the Drizzle ORM documentation, and next thing we need to do, we need to create this or add this line of code. So copy this, then go back to your project, and inside the root directory we will create a new folder called configs. So all the related backend configuration we will keep inside this folder, and inside here we will create db.js file. Simply paste this line of code and make sure to add this connection string, something like this, and save it. Now make sure to export this db, okay, so that you can use it throughout the application. Now if you want to use a synchronous connection, then you can add this line of code, but right now we are not doing that. Then it's time to create a table. Okay, now in order to create a table, you need to add the schema to your application. Okay, so let's go back to our app, and inside this config folder we'll create a schema folder I will say schema.js. Now whenever you want to add any new table to your database, you need to add that schema to your application. So here we'll say export constant, and here we will say user table. Okay. Now whenever you want to refer the schema name, you can refer it with this particular name. Okay. Here we say pg table from the pg core, and then inside this we will give the actual table name. So we will say users, and then inside that you need to provide the column. So here we will say id with a serial from the pg core, and then we will say a primary key. Okay. Then we will give the username. So here we will say username as a varchar. Make sure to import it from the pg core, and then you will say not null. It means it is a required field. Okay. After this we will say email varchar, or here we will say just a name, then email, again not null. And one more property I want to give, here we will say is member. Okay. If you want user buy some thing, right, if we can say is member, and here we will add a varchar, not varchar, but we can change this to boolean, whether it's a true or false. And maybe we can add default value to false, and then save it. Now your schema is now ready, and these are the column which going to add it to your users table inside your database. Okay. Now next thing in the drizzle we need to do is to add the drizzle config. Okay. So if you scroll down little bit, and here you will find an option called configuration called drizzle config.ts file. Now inside here if you see we have this drizzle config.ts file or JS file. Obviously we are using JS, so make sure to select this JS. So simply copy this line of code and go back to your application. Inside the root directory we will create a new file called drizzle.config.js. Now make sure that you will not do any spelling mistake to this file name, and simply paste this line of code. Now we don't want this out folder, so I will remove it and save it. Inside here we need to add one more property called db credential, and inside that you need to provide a URL. Now obviously you can also refer this. If you scroll down little bit, you will see, let me scroll down, over here you will see the db credential option. Okay. So make sure to add that. Obviously you can get this from this URL. Now many times the environment variable doesn't work directly, so rather you can directly paste it here, this URL string. Okay. And then save it. Now make sure to provide the correct path for the schema. So here we will say config/schema.js, and then simply save it, and that's all. Your backend configuration is now ready. Now let me close all of this tab, and simply we are going to run one command to push this all the schema to your database, so that it will create a database inside your database, the table inside your database. So simple, you have to write npx drizzle kit and push command. Okay. And simply click enter. Now right now if you see we have one error that is saying no such a file found, config.schema. So I think we had did spelling mistake, or it need to be a configs and not config. So let's go to this config drizzle config and make sure to add the as a configs. Okay. So make sure to give the correct folder name. I will run this command again, and we'll see, and boom, if you see we have it's saying the pulling the schema from database and the changes are applied. Now it means our table is now ready. Now if I go to the Neon database and refresh this screen, you will see the new table get added called users, and under this table we have this 4 column, right? How cool. But you have also option to run this drizzle, what we can call it at, or you can also access these all the tables and your database from your local machine. Just you need to type npx drizzle kit and studio. Drizzle also provide a studio for you where you can run it locally. Once you run this command, you will see this studio is running on a local Drizzle Studio URL, and once you open it, you will see exact similar copy of the design or UI from the Neon Studio. Now inside here you have more option, like you can run the SQL query, you can run the Drizzle query, and here you will see the tables along with all the columns. Also you have option to add a record or change the column and filter and many more options. Okay, so that's how guys you can set up backend for your application. Now as we go through this particular project, you're gonna learn how we're gonna add the data to our database, how we're gonna fetch it, how we're gonna update or make a delete operation to this database with the help of Drizzle ORM. And the link of the Neon PostgreSQL database is in the description. Make sure to click that on so that you will get a correct documentation as well as the correct link in order to redirect you to the Neon and Drizzle ORM documentation. Now we are going to add an authentication into our application. Now once user come to our app, our application will check whether this user is already authenticated or not. If he is not, then it will redirect you to the sign in page. And once it is sign in completely, we will save user to our DB. Okay, and then we'll allow user to go to the dashboard page, right? Now also along with this all the authentication workflow, later on in this particular course we're gonna add this one of the functionality where as soon as user is sign in, we are going to send an email to the user, and after the 3 days or 4 days depends on your choice, we are also going to send an email notification if user is newly signed in after 3 days. And all of this functionality we're gonna learn into this particular video. Okay, and we'll learn how can we do this seamlessly and how can we run a cron job, a background job. But before that, we are going to focus currently on adding the authentication to our application, and for that one we are going to add email as well as the Gmail authentication, and we are going to use the Clerk authentication service provider. Clerk is one of the most popular authentication service provider in the market. It provides a lot of different features and mainly it's free to use. If you see, it provides and social authentication, there are a lot of different providers which you can use it. Then it also provides a multi-factor authentication, email, mobile phone, OTP sign-in authentication, a magic link and many others. It also integrates with a lot of different popular database as well. Now let's go to the clerk.com first and create a new account. Then redirect it to the dashboard, and here you have option to create a new application. Just click on this one and give the application name. So here we'll say AI Study Material Generator app. Then here you have option to enable different sign-in providers. If you see, there are a lot of, right? You can even enable Google, Facebook, or if you want to enable more, you can. Now I will just keep this Google and Facebook, and on the right hand side you will see how it actually look on your screen. You don't need to design this complete page, it automatically add it to your application. If you want to customize it, you have complete option, and Clerk also provide the component for that one. Now let's create application by clicking this button, and then it will redirect you to this documentation. Now I will keep the link in the description to the specific documentation for the Next.js. Make sure to click on that particular link so that you will redirect it to the Next.js doc. Now first thing you need to do is to copy this npm command for the Clerk Next.js and make sure to install the Next.js into your the Clerk SDK into your application. So I will paste it over here, and if you see, it will install the Clerk for a Next.js. Now I will go to the specific documentation by clicking the link in the description, and then we need to set up the API keys. Obviously you can copy these API keys as well and simply go to the .env.local file, and inside this we'll paste these keys and then save it. After that, the next step is to add a Clerk middleware. For that one, you need to create a new file called middleware.ts or js if you are using JavaScript, and then paste over here. Make sure to change to js as a file extension and simply copy this all line of code. Okay. After this, we need to make sure that we need to protect some of the routes, right? And for that one, you can just click on this middleware reference link, because currently all the routes in the Clerk middleware are public routes. Okay, so if I click on that particular link and scroll down little bit, here you have option to protect the routes, and you can simply copy this line of code and simply paste it here. Now make sure to import this create route matcher. Okay, and if you see whatever the route you want to protect, you can just add inside this list. Okay, so right now I'm just protecting the dashboard route, and okay, obviously we don't have this particular route yet, but we are going to create later on. Now let's go back and then scroll down. Now you need to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. So simply copy this Clerk provider, and inside your root layout, which is layout.js file, I will wrap it here like this. Now make sure to import this Clerk provider from the Clerk Next.js and then save it, and then you can run your application. Now if I go back to our app and try to open dashboard page, you will see it's redirected to the sign in page. But wait, did you say something? This is not our domain, right? We are working on localhost and it redirected to some other Clerk sign in domain. That's we don't want it actually. Okay, so let's fix this. So I will go back to my localhost again, and then simply if you scroll down, you have option to create your custom sign up and sign up page. So we'll add it, and that's very easy, guys. You just need to follow step by step and you are ready to go. First thing, you need to create these folders inside the app folder, and then you need to create a file. Obviously that's a headache, not headache, but it's time consuming. So simply what you need to do, copy everything until this point, then go back, and inside this app folder we create a new folder called auth, and all the sign in and sign up page will keep inside this folder. Obviously when we create the folder starting with the circular bracket, then Next.js will not consider as a route, and inside that we'll click on this plus sign of the file and make sure to change this to a JSX, and boom, it will automatically create a folders and the file for you. Now simply copy this content and then paste it here and save. Same thing you need to do for this one as well. So I will copy this, make sure to select auth folder, click plus for file icon, and make sure to change this to JSX and copy this and paste the content. Now your sign in and sign up page is now ready. Now this you don't need to add it actually, but if you scroll down, you need to add this environment variable. So copy this environment variables, and inside the .env.local file you can just paste it here and save it. Now if you see, we skip this step because this particular logic made all the routes as a private by default, and then it's making these two routes as a public. But we did it completely reverse. We made all the route as a public, and whatever route we want to hide it or protect it, we just add it. Okay, so either way you can do that. Now let's go back to our application, and now let's go to the dashboard page, and now you will see we are able to see this sign in page now, but still we are on the same domain. That's how you can add sign up and sign in page or custom sign up and sign in page from the Clerk. Now let's put this sign in component or card in center of the screen, and if you see, if you want to modify anything in the component, you can add it from the Clerk. Clerk also have one library called Clerk element. Through that one you can completely customize this particular component. Okay, let me close all of this tab and go to the sign in page. Over here I will just wrap it inside the div first, and then we'll make it class name flex, item to be in the center, justify to be in the center, height to the screen, and save. Now you will see it is in the center of the screen. You will see the name of your application and everything. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you can add authentication to your app. Now let's log in, select the account, and then you will redirect it to the dashboard page. But currently we don't have the dashboard page, right? Let's go to the localhost 3000, and still obviously you are signed in to this particular application. Now the question is how can we know whether we are signed in or not? So let's go to the page.js, and inside here we're gonna add one component from the Clerk called user button. Okay, so this is a UI component from the Clerk. Let's save this one, and then you will see it automatically add the profile image for you. If I click on this one, we have this beautiful drop down kind of thing where you have option to manage your account. You will see your name, your email, and you can have option to sign out. If I click on manage account, you will see this beautiful option pop up with all the details, and everything is given or provided by the Clerk, right? So that's how guys you can add authentication to your application. Now it's time to save the user very first time when user log in. Okay, and next time even the user come to our application, we'll check whether user is already there to our database or not. Okay, so for that one I'm going to let me close all of this tab first, and we are going to create a new file inside the root directory. We'll call it as a provider.js, and here we'll add a default template by just typing rfc, and then he generated the default template for us. Here we'll rename to this provider, and then it will accept the children. Okay, now these children I'm going to render inside this div and save it. Now let's import this provider inside the layout, something like this. Okay, and then we will pass this children to this provider. Now obviously nothing will change on the application side. Okay, the reason that we added this provider because we want to keep this layout.js as on a server side and not on the client side. Okay, so that we can write any client side operation inside the provider. Now over here we will write a method called constant check is new user. So it will check if there is a new user or not, right? So it will check is user already exist, and if not then add to database. Okay, so there are simple way that you can check this one. Now first thing we need to get the user information. Now in order to get the user information, you have the Clerk hook called use user. Okay, now make sure to import this one, and obviously this all the Clerk hooks you can use it only inside the Clerk provider. Now obviously inside the Clerk provider we have this our own provider, and that's why we are able to use this one. Okay, now once you use this one, here we can check it from the database. So here we say constant result is equal to await db. Now this database reference is from the result ORM, and obviously it will connect, it's already connected to our PostgreSQL database. Now here we'll say await db dot select from, and here we need to give the table name. So here we'll say user table. Okay, and then here we'll say where, because we need to add a condition, we'll say equal to, and then we need to pass the left and right column, means left side is the user table dot email which matches with the user's actual email, that we can get it from the user dot primary address dot email address. Now here we use await, so we'll make this as a async and save it. Now we'll get the result over here, right? And once we get the result, here we'll say if result dot length is not or is equal to 0, means we don't have any user saved with this email ID, then we'll insert a new record, right? So here we'll say constant, not constant, but simply we'll say await db dot insert, because we want to insert a record in which table. So that table name we gave dot, and then we need to provide the values, which value we want to add. So first is email, let's add a name first. So name you can get it from the user dot full name, and email you can get it from user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so that's how you can insert the user information. If you want to get returning something from it, so you can say id and user table dot id. Okay, and you can get it here with the constant user response is equal to, and we'll say console.log user response. It always good to add a console when you are developing the application, so that you can track your code if it's failed. Now once everything is done, I think we can execute this method inside the use effect. If you don't know what is use effect, then use effect is a hook, okay, and it will help us to execute whenever there is a change in a value. Also, if you provide this use effect something like this, then use effect will execute infinite time. Okay, so make sure to pass an empty value, and so that it will execute only once this component get load. Okay, now over here I will call this method, and now whenever the component get load, this method will execute. But the user is the user data we are fetching it from the server, right? Some server or Clerk server, so it will take some time, right? So we have to make sure we will execute the use effect whenever the user information is available, and over here we'll say execute this method only when the user is ready. Now let's save this one and let's go back. So right now we have one error at use effect. We use use effect, and use effect only work in a client side. Also I just want to make sure that we don't have any record inside our user table. So I will make this component as a client side. So we'll mark it as a use client, and right now if you see, nothing has happened. But if I go to the console, initially if you see, we don't have any data, right, on line 21, right, because this is a new user, but that's why it went to this if block, and then it inserted a record and returned the id as a 1 over here, right. Now if I go to our database and refresh, you will see the new user is added as a name, email and member as a false, because this is a default value. Now let me refresh this again. You will see now in this case we have the data, but it does not added into our database because it's already checked, right, and it's never went to this if block. So that's how guys you can add user to our database. Now once everything is done, we need to save the user return information. It means whatever user return, okay, so this value we need to store it into our data, into our some kind of state, right, so that you can share it throughout the application. So that we can do it later on, okay, but if you want to do it, you can use a convex, not convex, but you can use a context for it, and then you can implement. But obviously we will do it later on in this particular course only. And also into the Clerk dashboard, you will see the under the user tab or overview section, the new user get added with their details. Okay, not only here, but in the organization section you can create a new organization, and you can keep the organization and your personal information separate. In under the configuration tab, you have option to make changes in your email, phone, username configuration, the SSO connection. Right now we are in development mode, but you can change it to production by just providing the client ID from the Google Cloud to this section. Then you have multi-factor authentication, which you can enable. You can have option to restrict to certain domains, okay, in your organization. Extra attack protection option where you can limit user to allow how many times you can attempt the sign in. Then you have session and jailbreak templates where you can connect to different database. Here you can have option to connect with the neon as well. And then you have some organization setting, customization option, and many more other options. Now, as you know, our application is AI based application, and it obviously include a lot of different API call or AI API call, right? Let's consider this example. Let's say you save the user information to a database and now you want to generate the course outline, right? Once you generate the course outline, you need to save it into the database before generating the chapter content for each of that for each of the course, right? So in the course you have multiple chapters and you have to make sure for each chapter you want to generate the detailed content, right? And you have to make sure that all the content need to be saved in database, right? And obviously this need to be done sequentially, right? Otherwise everything get failed, and obviously whatever method function comes after that one, it will fail, right? Also in middle of that one, let's say you want to generate or send a notification or email notification, right? Once you generate any kind of content, let's say you generate the quiz and then you want to send an email notification, this is a background task you need to set up, right? Or let's say you want to send an email after 2-3 days, right, to the particular person, even though if you user sign in for a first time and then you want to send an email after 3 days, that's time you need to run some kind of background job, right? And setting up background job is a very difficult for any developer. So that's where we are going to use the Inngest. Inngest play a very important role over here. They provide a lot of different product, especially for the AI agents, the workflow engine which help us to manage your all the method or functions call with the help of their workflow engine. Also you can run a background jobs which I just explained to you. Then it also have the queuing system, the durable workflow, and also you can schedule and run the cron job as well with the help of Inngest. You can also develop or run any Inngest function locally, okay? So you don't need to run it directly on the cloud when you are developing on the local machine. But they also provide their cloud functionality where once you push your application to production, you can use that one, right? The most important thing is very easy to use, and most important is free to use as well. So they have free tier where you can use it for a free, okay, in a small production users as well. Also it is compatible to many cloud companies like Vercel, Netlify, AWS and so on. And today in this particular project we are going to use it, okay, and I'm going to tell you how can we use that one. So first thing, let's go to the inngest.com and then you need to create an account if you don't have any, okay. Obviously the account and everything and any API keys we will need it later on in this when we want to deploy our application, okay. So we'll use it at the end of this course. But let's go to the documentation and click on get started. I will put the link in the description, so make sure to click on that one. So we'll jump on the specific documentation and the specific URL, okay. Once you are on this Inngest documentation, make sure to select the correct framework. So in our case is Next.js. It is specially built for the Next.js application. Then make sure to select the app router, and then obviously once you run the project, you can also install this Inngest. So make sure to copy this command and go back to your project. Inside the VS Code, I will just clear this terminal and will paste this Inngest. Now once it is installed, the next step is you can run the Inngest locally with the help of this command, okay. So I will just use this command in order to run the Inngest. So we'll say, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then you will see your application is running on this particular port. So we'll open this port and boom, if you see the Inngest is now running locally, right? Now here you can monitor your runs, the stream when you run any functions, and you can also manage the functions and app over here, okay. Obviously we're going to learn step by step. The next thing that you need to do is to create an ingest client, okay, and it's very easy to create. Just inside the source ingest client, you need to create a client.ts file. So let's do that. So I will just copy this and we'll go back, and inside the root directory we'll create this ingest.ts, or maybe we'll make it js, okay. So now we have the folder called ingest, and inside that we have client.js file. Inside that we'll copy all of this line of code and we'll simply paste this, okay. Now here you can define the id of your application. So I will just rename this to AI study material generator app, okay. Now obviously at the end of the or while deploying or in a production, obviously we cannot give a specific name to our application, but for now I think this is good, right? Next thing, inside the app folder you need to create an API called Inngest, and inside that we need to create a route.ts file, and then we need to paste this line of code. So I will just copy this one and we'll go back to app folder, and inside that we'll create a new file so that it will also create a folder for us. So inside the API we have ingest route or endpoint, and inside that we have route.js. Simply copy this line of code and paste it here. Now make sure to follow all the steps from the documentation. That's why I told you to click on the link which is in the description. Then next thing we need to do is to write the first ingest function. So inside the ingest we'll create a function.js file, and inside that we'll paste this line of code, which is the first or default function that we are going to create in order to test this. And this is the API route, okay. It allows the get, post and put call, which we already did it. So go to the ingest folder, and inside that we'll create a function.js file, and then simply paste this line of code. So we'll copy this, I will just rename this functions, and then we'll paste this over here, okay, and then save it. Now let me explain each of this line. Now through this ingest we created this function, and we give the id as a hello world and the event name, which is important in order to trigger the function or trigger the event, okay. So this is important. Obviously you can give anything you want, but make sure it is a meaningful. Then inside the async we write our code. So what it will do, it will wait for some 1 second, okay, before returning this particular value. That's how simple it return this code, okay. So obviously it will wait for a second and then it will write this hello world. Now once you done with this one, make sure to save it, and then you just need to make sure to add this function into your route. So over here let's go to this route.js, right, where we have this function list, and inside here we'll add hello world function, and if you see you will get the suggestion that it is importing from this ingest function, and then save it, right, and that's all. Now let's go to the ingest the local ingest server, and if you see right now we don't have anything, but go to the stream and then click on this test event, because we only have one event. So I will click this one, and right now obviously payload is we don't have any payload, so I will pass empty and click send event. So it's saying the event payload must contain a name. So here we need to give the payload name. If you see how they proceed, right, so obviously the payload name is this test/hello world. Let's copy everything, because that is what the event name we give, right, that is nothing but the payload name. I will paste this line and then send event, and boom, if you see the event is run successfully, it trigger this particular event. And if I go in this one, right, you will see the payload, right, and then you will see the output. Now which I already told you, right, the inside the function it will wait for 1 second, and let me show you how it works. So if you see the function is started at 8:29 and 17 seconds, right, and then it went to the sleep on 8:29:18, and then it executed after a second, right? See, so it started on 17, executed on 18. Okay, so this is how step by step information you will get it. Now inside the sleep you will see what is its return and all of this information, and this is the output. It actually we got it from that particular function. So that's how, guys, it actually run or trigger the ingest. Okay, now if you scroll down little bit, this is the or this is the step where you can trigger the function from the code as well. Okay, and let me show you how you can do it. So obviously I'm not gonna implement it, but inside here you just need to create an API endpoint. Okay, and then inside our get method or post method or input method, you just need to trigger your event with the help of this payload, or you need to pass payload along with the name, which the name inside the name is nothing but the event name which you want to execute. Okay, and if you have any data, you can pass that one and simply you will get the value. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can add the function in with the help of ingest. Now what we are going to do, let me go to the page.js file where we are inside the provider where we added this function, right? Check is new user. Now this particular line of code we are going to add it in our own ingest function. Okay, so in the background it will check it whenever required with this all of this information, and when we want we can trigger it, trigger the ingest function. Okay, so let's implement it. So in order to create it, first we'll go to the functions and we'll write a new function for us. Okay, now this function contains the steps from the ingest. So let me explain and let me show you how we can do that. So first thing, we need to write the function name. So here we'll say create new user is equal to ingest dot create function, and inside that obviously we need to provide the id. So the id is create user. Okay, or you can say just user, I think this is fine. Then we'll give the event name, so we'll say event, and here we'll say create user. Okay, or we'll say user dot create. You can give anything. Okay, and here we'll say async function. So simply add async. Inside that it has a event, and then we'll add a step. Okay, now you can learn more about this ingest step on their documentation. So if you go to the documentation, you will find all of the details. See the ingest steps, okay, and why it used and everything. So basically if you want to run any sequence one by one, right, then you can use the ingest step. So once you define this one here, we'll write like this arrow function, and then you can get the parameters. Okay, so over here we'll say get event data or the payload data which you are going to pass. Obviously we'll get this in a moment. I think here we don't need to use these curly braces. Okay, and once you define this one, now we'll simply write a step method. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await step dot run. Okay, and then here inside that you can give any name to it. So here we'll say check user and create new, if not in DB. Okay, so any meaningful name you can give it or meaningful text, and here we'll say async method. Now inside this one, simply we are going to copy this line of code, the logic, or whatever logic we have. Okay, so I will just copy this one and then I will paste it here, and let me format this first, and then at the last we can simply write over here return success. Okay, so that this particular step is run successfully. Now we can also write one more step, okay, after this, and this step is to send email notification, okay, or here we say send welcome email notification, and after that we can write one more step to send email notification after 3 days once user join it. Okay, now this one obviously the email part we are going to implement later on in this course, but for now this is the main important part. Now once you created this function, let's go to the client, not client, in route.js we have this function, and make sure to import this function which is the create new user. So here we will add create new user function and then save it. Now we need to call this function from the API endpoint, right? So for that one we need to create an API. So let's go to this API, and here we'll add new folder. It will say create user, and then inside that we'll say route.js, and here we'll simply write export async function. We'll make it this post call, and here this will be a request. Inside here I will just return the next response dot JSON, and inside that right now I will just put empty, because here we need to call the function so we'll get the information first. So here we'll say user email, because we depends on the user email we are going to check, and here we'll say await request dot JSON. Actually we can send all the user information directly to this one, and then once it is sent we'll call the method. So here we say constant result is equal to await ingest, okay, from the client. Make sure to input it, and then we'll send the request. Okay, now here we need to give the name of the functions, okay, or the event, sorry. So in this case is user dot create, so make sure to use that one, okay, and then we'll pass a data. Now inside the data we'll pass it as a user, okay. So this user we pass it as a user only, and I think that's all we need to do, okay, and then you can just return the result. Okay, so this is the API endpoint in order to call the ingest function or trigger the ingest function. Now once you done with this one, simply inside our provider you need to call this one. So what I will do, I will just comment this line of code, okay, and then here we'll call constant result. Here we'll say response is equal to await Axios. I think we don't have Axios HTTP client, so what I will do, I will just add the Axios HTTP client using this command called npm I Axios, okay, in order to make an API call. So here we'll say await Axios dot post request, and then inside that we'll call the endpoint called API slash create user, and then in body we'll pass user as a user information, okay, simply, and then we'll return the response. So here will be response dot data, okay, and then save everything, and let's test this out. Now in order to test this one, right, you can just refresh it, and then if you see we got the result on line 34, okay, and if you see we have the ID, the inserted record ID, right, and if I go to the ingest function you will see the new trigger which is the user dot create. This is the old one which I just tested, but this is a new function get created, right, but right now it is in still running mode, and if you see it is in the queue, right, that is because we did not return anything from this function, and that's why it is not showing as a completed one, okay. So that's why I'm just cancelling this, and over here inside the function you can just return something. So here we say return as let's say user response over here, and to this one we will return the result. So here we will say return result. So right now if you see we have this error called db is not defined, even though we have the function. I forgot to check this error, right. So we tried to cancel it, I tried it again and it's saying db is not defined. That's because we just copy paste all of this code, but we forgot to import this one. So make sure to import this user table, and that's why it was not working. Okay, and it was just showing in a not in a complete state, right? Because we have that error, and that's what I checked. So make sure to import this DB, make sure to import this user table, and I think that's pretty much we need it. Let's save it and let's test this out. Also, over here we need to accept the or get the event data, right? So in order to get this event data, right, over here you just need to use it like constant user is equal to event dot data. Okay, because through this create user, right, we pass the user information, and inside our function we just destructurize this event data. Now let's test this one. So if I refresh it, and now we have the result. If I go to this ingest function, now just now we add it, right, if you see, and if I open this one, then we have this success message which is the output, and if you see the function started, the check user and create if not in DB, it is executed, and then function is completed, right? In output we just return this as a success, but that's all we have, right? And that's how easily you trigger this function. Just make sure if you have any error, right, the ingest will help us to show you what is the actual error, which our Next.js application will never inform you, right, when you are running the API. So this ingest will help us to do that. Now you might have question why we are using, because in many big application or especially on an AI based application, the ingest is quite helpful, and that's what we are learning the new tech. Similar like ingest, there are other player in the market that you can also use it, and in many big companies this software like already used in many of the IT companies, which obviously can help us in your resume. Now it's time to create a dashboard page for our application. If you see on this mockup, we have the side navigation bar and we have the header, and in between this section, that's where our dashboard will come. Okay, so these all the sections. Now on the left hand side we have the logo, then we have the button, and then we have the option with a dashboard and profile, and at the bottom section we are going to add an section where your user can see how many credits left along with the progress bar, and then we are going to show how many credits left in order to create chapter. Now 1 credit means a user can get 1 course or study material. Okay, and then we have link in order to upgrade if user want to buy more credits. And then we have this beautiful section which is called a welcome section or welcome banner we can call it as, and that's where we will show the user's name and some message. Okay, perfect. So let's go back to our application, and inside the app folder I'm going to create a new route called dashboard. So here we'll create a dashboard route. Inside this dashboard route I'm going to create a new page.js file, or you can make it JSX, it's up to you, and add a default template. I will rename this to a dashboard and then save it. For the dashboard you can also create a dedicated layout for it. So we'll create a layout.jsx file, add default template, and then we will call it as a dashboard layout. Okay, now to this dashboard layout we'll render the children similar like a root layout, but this is only dedicated to the dashboard route, or whatever the children route comes for the dashboard, then for that it will use this dashboard layout. Okay, let's save it and let's go back to our application and we'll go to the dashboard page. Okay, if you see I am able to access this dashboard page because I am already logged in to the screen. Okay, now on the left hand side, as I say, we need to add the side navigation bar, and at the top we want to add the header. So let's go back, and under this dashboard folder I am going to create a new folder called underscore components. So all the components related to the dashboard will keep inside this folder. As we started the folder name with the underscore, then Next.js will not consider as a route. Inside that we'll create a two file, one for the sidebar.jsx, we'll add a default template for it, and then we'll create another file called we'll call it as a dashboard header.jsx, and here as well we'll add a default template. Okay, let's save this both the file, and now we want to add this sidebar. So let's go to this dashboard layout, and inside this we'll add a div, and inside div we'll add this sidebar. Okay, now we'll add one more div. Inside this we'll add a children, but inside a div we'll add another div, and inside that we'll keep these children, and over here we'll add the dashboard header. Okay, now we have the sidebar and we have the dashboard header. If you see this both the files, now this dashboard is coming from the dashboard page obviously. Okay, so we'll ignore it for now. Now let's go to layout, and for this sidebar I will add a class name and will give width of 64 only when the screen size is medium. Okay, otherwise we will hide it, but we have to make sure on the medium screen size we will show it as a block. Okay, also we mark it as a fix, so this is how it will look like. Okay, but obviously this children is overlapping on this sidebar because we mark this sidebar as a fix. So for this div we'll add a class name and we'll give on a medium screen the margin left to 64. We added the medium, we are applying this value to only to the medium screen because only on the medium screen we are putting the width as a 64 for a sidebar, and that's why we added the header with the margin left. And if you see, we have now margin left. Now if I decrease the screen size, okay, then you will see the sidebar header is no longer there. Only after it touches the exact endpoint, resolution endpoint for the medium screen, then only it will enable our sidebar. Okay, now let's go to the sidebar first and let's implement this one first. So inside the div we'll add a class name, and here we'll add a height to the screen. Okay, and we'll add a shadow medium, and if you see we have this dedicated section. Now it's showing on the screen. In order to add a logo, I will use this logo placeholder from untitledui.com/logos, and you can copy any of the logo. I will copy this logo, or I think this is good, and go back, and inside here we'll add a div, and inside that we'll add an image tag from the next/image. Inside that we'll add a source tag, and then we need to add a logo, right? So what we can do, because we copy the svg file, so inside the public folder we'll add a logo.svg, and inside that we'll paste this svg code so that we can directly use as a logo.svg. I will give alt tag as a logo, and then we'll give width, let's say 40, and height as a 40. And if I go back, you will see this beautiful logo, right? Let's give the name. So the application name I will give easy study, and I will add a class name, and we'll add font bold, text large, and now so this is the React tag. Let's make it h2, my bad. And now if you see, we have this easy study as a tag. Obviously we can make this as a 2xl, little larger. I think this is much better, and we can bring it in a one line. So we'll add a class name, we can make it flex, and then gap of 2, and let's make item to be in the center. Okay, perfect. Now for this particular sidebar we'll give padding of 5, so it will come like this. Okay, and now we need to add a button. So if you see in the mockup we have this button, right? So let's go over here, and then we'll add a button for it. So we'll add this div section, and inside that we can add a button. Here we'll say create new. Okay, now for this button we'll add a class name, and we'll make width to be full. Also for this div we'll add a class name, we'll give margin top to 10. Perfect. Now after this we need to add some options, the menu options. So in order to add the menu option, we can simply add inside the list first. So menu list I will say is equal to, and here we will say name as a dashboard, icon, I am getting that icon from the Lucid React. If you never heard about this, so Lucid React is a icon library which is already installed when you install the shared CN. Okay, so if you see I have this, when you type it, right, whatever the icon you want, you can just type it, it will give you suggestion if the icon is present. And then we'll add a path as slash dashboard. Then we'll add another option, name, we'll say upgrade. The icon I will add as a shield, okay, and then path I will add as a slash dashboard slash upgrade. Then we'll add another option, I will just copy this one, and here we'll say profile. We'll add an icon as a user circle, and here we'll say dashboard slash profile. Okay, and I think that's all. Now this menu list we need to iterate it. So we'll add a div, and inside that we'll use menu list dot map. Inside that we'll say menu comma index and the arrow function. Now we'll add a div obviously, and inside this div, for first thing we need to provide the key as an index, because this index has the value like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the inside the menu we have actual menu item. Now inside div we'll first show the icon. So in order to display icon, we'll say menu dot icon. Okay, and this is the component, so make sure to add this component, and if you see, the menu option is showing on the screen. Now after this we need to add the h2 tag in order to display the name of the menu. So we'll say menu dot name. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div we'll add a class name as a flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Here I will make gap to 5. Perfect. And now for this one we'll also add a padding to, let's say, 3. Okay, then when user hover on it, so on hover we'll change the background slate to 200 and we'll make rounded large. Okay, and make cursor pointer. So when you hover on this one, the pointer will change, and if you see how beautiful it look, right, when I hover on it, the background also get changed. Make sure to give some margin from the top. So for this div we'll add margin top to 5, and over here as well we give margin top to 3, some space. Perfect. Now whenever user select or click on any of the route, obviously the route name will change, right? Let's say dashboard slash upgrade, right? In that case we have to make sure this one is will gonna show as a selected one. So it's quite easy. First thing we need to do is to get the current path name. When I say the path name, so whatever comes after the domain name. So in this case, let's say obviously we are on the dashboard page, so it will come slash dashboard. If we are on the slash dashboard slash upgrade with the, then we need this this particular path, right? Now in order to get this path, you can use one hook called constant is equal to, we'll say path is equal to use path name from the next slash navigation. Now make sure to convert this particular component as a client side, and then once you have the path name, we can simply add a dynamic class to this particular div. So in order to add it, you need to wrap it in a curly braces, this particular quote, and then you need to add a $, and inside that you can write a condition. So we'll say if path means whatever the path we are getting is equal to menu dot path, because in each of the menu we added this path, and if that path is matches with the browser's current path, then we'll say and operation, and here we'll simply add a condition. Let's add background slate 200, and that's all. So right now if I refresh it, if you see I am on the dashboard route, and then the dashboard is showing as a selected one. So that's how you can add it. Okay. Next thing, we want to show this particular section. Okay. So let's add that one. If you see, we have this progress bar, right? So in order to add this progress bar, we can get it from the shared CN component. So simply go to the shared CN components and just search for the component called progress. So we have this progress component, and if you see, this is how it will look like. So first thing you need to do is to copy this npm command, go to your terminal and simply paste it here. So it will install the progress bar for you, and in order to use it, you can directly use it. So let's say after this div, we can add this another div, and before that actually we want to show it as available credits as a text. So here we will say available credits, and let's say 5. Okay, in this case, then we need to show this progress bar. So simply you can add that component called progress from this component UI progress, and then you can provide the value. So I will right now I will provide the some default value, let's say 30, okay, which means 30%, and then we will write s2 tag, and inside that I'm going to simply add a text. We will say 1 out of 5 credits used. Okay, and if you go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Okay, now for this text I will change this to text large, and for this one I will just change to text small. Now here I will give margin bottom to 2, something like this. Perfect. And below to this I am going to add one more text, and here we will say upgrade to create more. I will just change this to a link tag. Okay, now this link tag is importing from the next/link. Okay, now this link tag is similar to a anchor tag in HTML. Now to this link tag, it also has a property called hrefs, and obviously I will redirect on a click on this one. We want to redirect user to the payment or upgrade page, right? So that's why I added. Now I will also add a class name, and we will say text to be a primary, and text extra small. We'll make it make it extra small, and I think that's all. Let's save this one. We'll give margin top to 3, and then this is how it will look like. Perfect. Now let's add a class name, and we'll add a border, then we'll add some padding, and we'll make background the background slate 100 only. Okay, and make sure to corner rounded as a large. Perfect. It's cool, it's look good, right? Just I will give a little bit smaller padding, let's say padding 3. Perfect. And now we want this at the bottom of the screen. So in order to make it at the bottom of the screen, you need to mark this div as absolute, and then give bottom, let's say 10. So we want to give margin from the bottom to 10. Okay, now once I added like that, you will see over here, right? But let's give some width over here, and we'll say width of 85%. Okay, now I added this value inside the square bracket. So whenever in Tailwind CSS you want to add your own custom size, okay, rather than you want to use Tailwind CSS, then you can provide in a square bracket, and I think that's not look good to me. Let's make it 95. Oh, 95 is too much. Let's make it 90. You just need to adjust. I think this is much better. So I like 95 only, but I don't know. Yeah, I think 95 is much better. And now our sidebar is ready. Cool, right? It look quite cool and so simple. Simply we made this one. Now next thing, we want to add a header. Header is quite straightforward. Let's go to the dashboard header, and over here I am going to add the user button. simply button, okay, which is the profile user profile button. Here we'll add a class name padding to, let's say, 5. Then we'll add a shadow to medium, and we'll say we'll make it flex first, and we'll make justify end. So this item will be at the right hand side, something like this, say, and our header is ready. Now obviously if you want to add search bar, you can add that one. If you want to add more content, you can just add it over here, but I will keep this as a simple as it is. Next thing, we're gonna add this particular section, which is actually on the dashboard page, right? So in order to add it, let's go to the page.jxx, and that's where we are going to add. So we need to add a component for that one, and here we'll say welcome banner dot jsx, add a default template, and let's save it. Now this welcome banner we need to add on a dashboard page, so here we'll say welcome banner, and to this particular div we'll add a class name, or we can just simply add this padding to this particular div. So it is applicable to all the routes which come under the dashboard. So here we'll give a padding of 5, okay, obviously I think we can give 10. Perfect, okay. And now inside the welcome banner, we're gonna simply add a div, or we can add an image first. So we'll add an image, okay. Make sure to add from the next/image. Obviously this image tag is provided by the Next.js, which is quite cool, and then we provide the source tag. Now I already added the laptop.png assets, okay. Now all the assets for this project which we are going to use, it is available for free, the link in the description, so you can use it. Also guys, one more important thing, if you face any issue while coding this project, you can always ask question on my Discord channel. The link of that Discord channel in the description. Now over here we'll simply add laptop.png. here we'll say alt tag as a laptop, and we'll say width as 100 and height as 100. Let's see how it looks on the screen. I think that's pretty good. Now for this particular div we'll add a class name, then we'll add padding of 5, we'll make background as a primary, we'll make width to be full, and all the text which come inside this div will be on the white color, and we'll make rounded large, okay. Let's save this one, and I think this is good to me, okay. If you think this color is little darker, you can give your own color by just providing color code, something like this. I think we'll make 500. Perfect, okay. Next, inside this I'm going to add a text. So we're gonna add the username, okay. So in order to get the username, you can get it from the Clerk hook, which is user hook, and inside that we'll add a div tag first. Inside the div tag we'll add a s2 tag, and here it will say hello and the username. So user dot full name, and after that we'll add one more text. Here we'll say welcome back, it's time to get back and start learning new course, okay. You can write any text, doesn't matter. And for this s2 we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, text 3xl, and for this p tag we'll add a class name, we'll say text small. I think we can keep like this, and we'll see how it looks. So we use this user hook, so we have to make sure we'll change this to use client, this particular component. Perfect. Now let's bring this in one line. So simply to this particular div we'll make it flex, justify, or not justify but item to be in the center, gap of 6. Perfect. And how cool your welcome banner is looking on the screen. Now on the right hand side, if you want to add more content, you can just go ahead and try to add it, but I will keep this as simple as it is. Now it's time to create a page where we can accept the user input. Let's consider this particular mockup where we are adding this screen where user can select for which kind of study material he want to generate, whether this is for exam or for a job or for a coding practice or many other things, right? So user can select any of this one, then user will go to the next screen, and on this one user will enter a topic in a text area. Either he can enter a topic, let's say in physics user want to learn atoms and molecule, and on that one we can generate the content. Or if you want to learn a Python, right, and that also you can just add it, and that's all. Or if you have any content, okay, which you want to paste, and on the basis of that one you want to generate the content, that also possible. So that's the reason we gave the text area. Then we are giving the difficulty level drop down option, where in that one we'll give a 3 option with easy, moderate and hard. So depends on the selection of the difficulty level, we are going to generate the content, okay, on that difficulty. And then once user click next, first thing we need to do is to save this user's selection in our database, and then we'll start generating the course layout, okay. Now obviously I will do it that in a later on, but first thing we need to design these 2 page, and then we need to save user input to one of the states so that we can use that one. So let's go back to our application, and first thing I just wanted to tell you that inside the public folder I added some of the icon, if you see, right? And obviously as I say that you will get all of these assets for a free. The link I will keep in the description. Now let's create a new route, and the route will be the domain/create, okay. So let's go to this app folder, and inside that we'll create a new route called create, and inside that we'll create a page.js file. Then add a default template. Here we'll say create, okay, or we'll say create course. Just we'll say create, I think that will be good, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if I go to this create, you will see it will land on this create page, okay. Now we also need to make sure this create page is only accessible to the authorized user. So inside this middleware.js file, along with the dashboard, we are also going to add a new route called /create. Now this route is protected route, and that's how simple you can protect your any route with the help of Clerk authentication. Now once we add this create, here I'm gonna add h2 tag, and inside that we'll write start generating, or we can just paste this one. I will just copy this and we'll paste it from the mockup. I will put this mockup links everything in the description, and over here we'll give a class name. We'll say a font bold, text is of 3XL, and text is of color primary. After this I will add another p tag. Here we'll say fill all details in order to generate study material for your next project, okay. And for this one I will add a text gray 500. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. If you see, now it's coming in the left side corner. Obviously we need to give some padding and margin, depends on the screen size. So simply here we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, then we'll make flex column, and then we'll make item to be in the center. Now whenever the screen size is smaller or larger, we'll give a padding to 5. Then on the medium screen size we'll give padding X to 36. On large screen we can give more, or over here we can do something like 24, and on large we'll give padding X to 36. Okay, let's save this one, and if you see, this is how it will look like. Now obviously we'll also give a padding or margin top to 20. I think this is much better. Now if I go to the inspect panel, and if I decrease screen size, you will see the change. See, okay, perfect. Also, once we done with this one, let's go to next line. Here I will try to get 4XL little bit bigger. I think that's pretty good. Here I will make text larger. Perfect. After that, we'll add the another div tag. So we'll add a div tag, and obviously inside this div tag we need to add this content. Okay, now if you see, this content is only going to change and all other part is going to stay constant. Okay, so what we'll do for this content, we'll create a component, and for this one as well we'll create another component. So let's create a component folder. Inside the create folder, here we'll say components. Inside that we'll add what we can call this one, we can call choice selection or select option .jsx. Add a default template, save it, and make sure to import this over here. Okay, now this select option only enable when you're on the first step. So in order to maintain the step, we'll say constant step comma set step is equal to use step. Okay, now initially it will be on the 0. So whenever the step is 0 is equal to 0, then we'll show the select option. Otherwise we will show another option, but right now we don't have, so I will show it as a null. Okay, now if I go back to our application, obviously we need to mark this component as a client side because this is just a simple form. Perfect. And if you see, the select option is showing on the screen. Now for this div, we'll add a class name. We'll add margin top to 10. And now for the select option, let's go inside. And here I'm going to add some menu option first, okay, or some choice, okay, for that one. So here we say constant options is equal to, and inside that we'll add a name, let's say exam, and for that one we also add icon. Now you can just add it icon from the public folder, so you just need to use slash and the icon name. So here we say exam1.png and so on. Okay, now I just pasted all of them with a particular icon at the name. Okay, so I added this option called exam, job interview, practice, coding prep, and the other. Now once you're done with this one, let's implement it. So in order to display that, we'll add an h2 tag. So we'll add a h2 tag. Inside that we'll write for, we can just simply copy it from this one and I will paste it here. And for this h2 tag we'll add a class name. We'll say text to be in the center and margin bottom to 2. Okay, and if you see, this is how it will look like. We'll make text large. Then we need to iterate all the options. So inside the div we'll add options dot map. Let me see if that's correct one. Yeah, and then here we'll say option comma index, the arrow function, and inside that we'll display a div. Here we'll add a key as an index, and then we'll display we'll display the image first from the image tag, then source. Here we'll give image source as a item dot, not item, sorry, the option dot icon. Then for alt tag I will give alt tag as a option dot name. Then we'll give a width of 50 and height of 50. And if I go back, this is how it will look like. Then let's bring this in one line. So for this particular div, we'll make class name, we'll make grid. Now when the screen size is smaller, we'll make grid column 2. When it's medium, we'll make grid column 3, and on last screen we'll make grid column maybe 4 or 5, and then we'll see how it looks. Okay, then after that, after this image, I'm going to add a h2 tag. Inside that we'll say option dot name, Okay, then we are going to display each name, and for this one we'll add a class name. We'll make text smaller, okay, and save it. Now for this div we'll add a class name and we'll put some border. First we'll add some padding and we'll make flex column, then item to be in the center, and we'll make justify center as well. Also we'll add a border and we'll make the corner to a, let's make it Excel. And now if I go, this is how it will look like. Obviously you need to mark this as a flex column, so it will be in the center. Perfect. Now so let's give some gap. So over here we'll add a gap of 5, maybe not here. We need to add that gap to this particular div because that's where we added the grid. Perfect. Okay, and I think this is much better. Only thing that here I will add margin top to 2, so some space between the text and this value. Perfect. Now whenever I hover on any of this item, I'm going to change the color of this particular border. Okay, so simply on hover we'll change the border color. So here we'll say border primary. Okay, and we'll make cursor pointer as well. Now if I hover on this one, you will see the change. And when you just select any of the option, we have to make sure that option is showing as a selected one. So for that one, obviously you need to maintain the state. So here we'll say selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. And obviously initially we don't have any option, but once user click on any of this option, we'll say on click event, and we'll simply set the selected option as option dot name. Okay, and in order to show the styling depends on the condition, we need to wrap this class name in a curly braces, then this particular code, I don't know what this call, and then after that we'll add a dollar sign and the condition. So over here we'll say option dot name, if it matches with the selected option, then we'll say border will be primary color. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back and if I select this, let's say exam, if you see it's selected. If I select practice, now it's showing as a selected one. Cool, right? After this we want to show the button for a next and previous button. So let's do that. Over here let's add a class name margin top to 5. Let's see how it looks. I think we already have. I need to give this margin maybe to this one, so margin top to 5. Yeah, some space. I think this is much better now. Let's add that button. So inside the page.js, after this div I will add a button, and here we'll say next. Okay, and obviously we also gonna add a button for a previous, but I will put the variant as outline, and then here we'll say previous. Okay, and then you will see these two buttons. Obviously I want this one button on the right and one on the left, so I will add a class name, we'll make it flex, we'll make it justify between. I think we need to make width to be full. Perfect, right? Now it's showing these two buttons. Let's give some margin from the top. So here we'll add margin top to, let's say 32. Perfect. Okay, now we have these two buttons as well. Obviously if I decrease the screen size, make sure it is a responsive. Okay, and now if you see how beautiful it arranged, and then we still have these beautiful buttons. Okay, next thing, once user click on this next button, then we want to go to the next page, but on the first step we don't want to show this previous button, right? So over here we can add a condition. If step is equal to 0 or not 0, we'll say not 0, then don't show this button. If it's 0, then it will not show. And if you see, now we only have the next button. And in this case I will just put empty space. So what will happen, so over here I will add a question mark, and then we'll show empty space. I don't know why it's showing. Let me add some dash, and if you see, once we put the dash, it is showing over here. I think we can just put the space, and I don't think so space is working, but anyway. And this button, the next button, I'm going to only show on the step 0, but when the step is equal to 0, then we'll show this button. But if step is 1, otherwise we're gonna show a generate button. Okay, obviously this button is actually will generate the course. Okay, now we need to add on click method on this button, and on the click of this one, we'll set the step as 1, or you can just put step plus 1, doesn't matter. And on this previous button, we'll add on click, and it will just simply set the step as step -1. Okay, and let me show you the demo. If I go to the next, you will see we don't have anything, but we have previous button and we have generate button. If I go to the previous, you will see the previous one. Perfect. Next, we need to add this particular screen. So let me go to the mockup, and then we need to add this component, okay, in order to display the text area and the drop down. So let's add a new component, and inside that we'll say topic input.jsx. Add a default template, and then over here, instead of null, now we are going to add our content called topic input, and then save this one. Now if I go back, and now if I go to the next, you will see the text called topic input. Now inside the topic input, let's go over here, and first thing we'll add a h2 tag. I will just copy this text, and here we'll say enter the topic or paste the content for which you want to generate study material. I think this is pretty good. And then we need to add the what we call as the text area. Okay, so let's go over here, and in order to add a text area and a drop down, we are going to use a shared CN component. So if I go to the shared CN, and if you see, we have this text area component, right? So let's copy this npm command and paste it here. Then we also need to copy this import, and then you can directly use it. Okay, after that we also need a select component. So this select component, it has a drop down, and it has the options which you can select, and then you can say the selected option as well. So let's copy this one as well and paste it here. Now let's do one by one. First we'll add a text area. So here we'll say text area. Also we'll add a placeholder, and simply we'll say start writing here. Now if I go back over here, we have this beautiful text area. We'll give some margin from the top. So here we'll add a class name and margin top to 2. Okay, then after that we want to add another h2 tag, and here we'll say select the difficulty level. Okay, and here we want to add the select operator. Now for the select, you can go to the this shared CN, copy this import statements. So this is the example use case. Obviously we are going to modify it little bit, and then we'll add this select component options, something like this. Okay, now inside this select we want to add our own options. So right now the placeholder, I will say difficulty level, then the item is easy, moderate, and then hard. Here as well we'll put as a easy, moderate, and hard. Okay, so these three option we added, and save it. Now if I go back, and then you will see these three options. Okay, perfect. Now obviously we need to give a proper and full size width. So over here we'll add a class name and we'll give margin top to 10, but also we're gonna add a width full. Let's see how it looks. I think we need to also mark flex column. Oh, I don't think so that is working. Maybe in the text area, let's try to add width as a full. I don't think so. Actually it works, but the drop down is not working because they provided the default width as a 180. So here I will make it as a full. For this h2 tag we'll add a class name margin top to maybe 5 and margin bottom to 3. Okay, some space, something like this, and then you can add some content, you can add the difficulty level and simply click generate. Right now let's save all of this user selection inside one state. So inside the page.jsx file, what I will do, I will just write one method called constant, and we here will say handle user input. Now this method will take a field name and then field value. Okay, obviously we need to pass it from the select option first. So let's go to the select option, and whenever the user select any of the option, here we'll say user selected material, I will say material type. Okay, study type, or we'll say select study type, so whether it is for exam or for the job, right? And for that one I will give item dot name. Now this selected study type we need to pass to the parent component through this child, and here inside the selected option we can accept it here, selected study type. So now it has a value, and then simply we'll call handle user input and we'll pass the field as a study type, and then the field value as a value. Okay, so this is the field name and this is the value. Same thing we are going to do for the topic input. Now inside the topic input we have two input field. Okay, so in order to get the text area, we'll say on change method, it will emit the event, and then in order to set the value here we'll say set a topic, and the topic will be event dot target dot value. So whatever user entered, that value will get it here. So oh, I don't know why it came. So here we say set topic. Now this set topic we need to pass, and also user selection. So here we'll have an option called on value change for this select. So it will return the value which user selected. So it might be a easy, moderate and hard, and here we'll say select or we'll say select set difficulty level, set difficulty level, and then we need to pass the value, and here as well we'll set difficulty level and we'll pass back to the parent component. So inside the topic input, now it has a two method. One is the set topic, it has a value, and then it has a obviously we're gonna pass to it to the handle user input. Here we'll say topic as a field name and value for that particular field. Also one more called difficulty level, it has a value, and then we'll call handle user input. Here we'll say difficulty level and then the value for that. Okay, now once we have all the user input, obviously we want to save in one state. So here we'll write form data comma set form data is equal to use state, and it's empty initially, and over here we're gonna simply save that one. Okay, so in order to save it, we'll simply say set form data. Inside that we'll get the previous data, and then we'll restructure all the previous data, and then we'll add the new data, so which is the field name, and for that field name we're gonna add field value. Okay, so even though you change multiple times, doesn't matter because we pass the field name and the field value for that particular field only. Okay, let's save it, and what I will do, I will just console it for you and we will observe whether it's working or not. So here we'll say form data, we are just consoling that one. And now if I go back, let me refresh this once. Now go to the inspect panel and the console. Obviously we are just writing the or consoling the state in immediately, so obviously it will not show on the first selection. If I select the practice, right, so if you see we have one error called item is not defined. So inside the select option, somewhere we use item, so over here, so this needs to be an option. And now let's refresh it, let's say practice, and right now if you see we don't have empty value because we immediately consoling the state. But if I change this one, now you will see the update. Then go to the next, and then you can write some topic value, and if you see we have that value. Select the difficulty level, whatever difficulty level you want to select, see, and now we have all the value for all these three fields. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can create this simple and beautiful basic user input selection form. Now once we have the user all the inputs, we are going to save that user input to our database. Then we need to generate our course outline with the help of AI, and then we need to update or add that outline to our database, right? And after that there are a lot of sequential operation or AI API call that we need to make it, and that's why we are going to write a ingest function for it. Okay, before that a couple of things we need to do it. First and basic thing, on the click of this create new button, right, we did not add the route for it. So on the click of this we need to create a route. So simply go to the side dashboard component, and then we have the sidebar over here, and to this particular button either we can wrap it inside the link tab, and here we give href and we'll say /create. Okay, and make sure to wrap this button inside this link. Maybe you need to wrap this class name, you need to add that class name to the link. And then if I click on this create new, let me refresh this once, and I think over here as well we need to add with full, and if I click on this one it will redirect you to the create page. Now I will select any of this option, then click next, add some topic, the difficulty level, and then once user click on this generate button we need to save information to our database. Okay, so this is how simply we are going to do it. So we need a table for it in order to store that record, right? So let's create a table. So let me close all of this tab first, and inside your drizzle schema we'll write a schema so that it will create a table. So go to this config folder where we have the schema, and over here we'll say export constant. Here we'll say study material table is equal to pg table, and inside that we'll simply write or we give the table name. So in our case is study material. Okay, and then we'll add the column which is required. The first column that I'm going to add is ID, which is incremental, so I gave serial and with the primary key. Then we need to add the course ID or study material ID, whatever you want to call, you can call that one. So here we'll say course ID, and this course ID will be the unique. So here we'll add a varchar, and then is of and it's not null, so we'll add a not null. Then the topic or we'll say course type. So for the course type we'll say varchar, again this is not null. Then the topic is of type varchar, and again it's a not null. Then we need to add difficulty level, we'll add a varchar, but here if user did not select anything we'll add a default value to easy. Okay, and then the course layout. So this course layout in the form of JSON, so make sure to import this one, and it optional, because later on we're going to update this particular field, and then we need to add a created by. That's where we need to add the user's email. So it is of varchar and it's a not null. Okay, so this is the column, and we are going to add it from this particular table. Let's save this one, and now if I go to the studio, I will stop the studio for now, and then I will simply run the npx drizzle kit push command. So it will update our schema, and then run the studio command in order to run the studio again. So I will just refresh the studio now, and then you will see on the left hand side we have the new table called study material, and inside that we have all of this column. Perfect. If you want to change any changes into the schema, that also you can make it after creating the table. Let's consider here, if I go to this config and go to the schema, and if you want to add a new column, let's say you want to add a status column which is of type varchar, and then we'll add a default value. Here we'll say waiting, or we'll say generating with capital G, and then we'll save this one. Now if you want to again make this change, right, you again go to the studio. I will stop the studio, and simply I will run the drizzle kit push changes, and then the changes are now applied. Let's open or run the studio, and then you can open the studio again, and then this new column will get added to our study material over here. And if you see, we have this now status column as well. Okay, now here is the most interesting part of our application, is to generate the course outline or the course information from AI. And for that one we are going to use an AI model, which is the Google Gemini AI model. Let's understand how it gonna work. Okay, so we are on this particular step because we already saved the user's input information, and now we need to pass the user input information to this prompt, okay, in order to generate the output. Now obviously we need to write one prompt, okay, and to this prompt we need to pass topic, the course type, the difficulty level, and along with the whatever the things you want it. Okay, once it is ready, then we are going to pass that prompt to the AI model. For that one we are going to use a Google's Gemini AI model because it's a free, and second most important, it's more advanced than ChatGPT 3.5. And then once we have the output ready, obviously this output we're gonna save to our database. Okay, but before that, if you want to test this prompt, okay, you can also do that. So copy this prompt and simply go to the ai.google.dev, okay, which is the website in order to access the Gemini API. Okay, and inside here you will see the Gemini API over here, how to use it, all of this information. Or you can even go to this Google AI Studio, where you can test your all the prompts, and you can learn how can you do that. Okay, now once you are in the prompt, you can just paste the prompt over here, and I will just change this topic. Let's say you want to learn atoms and molecule. Then if you are a developer, you can say, let's say you want to learn Python. Okay, that will be easy. The course type, you want to do it for the exam purpose. Let's say the level of difficulty will be easy, and with the summary, so we'll say summary of a course, list of chapter along with the summary for each chapter, and topic list. Let me clean this so it will be in a one line. Okay, and you can just write prompt according to your requirements. Okay, now once you write this prompt, I made this in a form of JSON. Okay, and just run this one. Now once you run it, you will see you got some information, right? But this is little different than what we are not expecting. We want all the output in the form of JSON. So here we'll say list of chapter, all result in JSON format, and let's try this one now. So I will copy and I will add a new prompt, and here I will test this out. And once you paste it, if you see we have the course title, the difficulty easy, the summary. Inside that we have the multiple chapters. Okay, the first chapter is the introduction of Python, the summary and the topic for it. Then we have second chapter with the summary, topic and so on. So how cool it is, right? It means our course outline is ready, right, along with the chapter title, the summary and the topics. Now let's go to the get code option, and through here you can get the JavaScript code. If you are using any other, you can just select that one. Okay, now I will just copy this line of code, okay, because that's what we needed, and we'll go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab for now and go to this config folder, and here inside that we'll create a new file called AI model.js. Inside that I will paste this line of code. Now let me explain each line one by one. Now obviously once we install, right, we have to make sure we'll install the generative AI model or SDK. Okay, so for that one you can just search on Google, Google generative AI npm, whatever you call, and this is the npm command. Okay, I will put the link in the description so it's easy for you to access it, and make sure to import it or install this one inside your project. Now if you see this is just an import statement, then we need to pass the API key, right? And now let's add this API key into your .env.local file. So here we'll add next_public_ and the Gemini API key. This API key you will get it either from the Google Cloud, but the most easiest way that you can get it from the AI Studio. Click on this get API key, and and then here you will create a new API key. If you don't have, I already have, so I will just copy this one and simply I will paste it here. Okay, so that I can use it. Okay, so make sure you can add this next_public. Then this is just initialization. Okay, and here it define the model. Now Flash model is completely free and more powerful as well. Okay, but you also have option to use the Gemini Pro model as well, that also free to use. Then this is the configuration. Okay, and you will get the response in the form of plain text, but if you want you can just change this to application/json. Okay, now if I go over here and run it, you have option here to change in a JSON mode. So just the change you need to do is you need to write here application/json. Okay, after that you don't need to write this function because they just use it for a testing. So I will just remove this function, and this is the chat session. Okay, over here we'll say course outline. Now I will export this course outline method because we want to use it in throughout the application. Now to this course outline we pass this generative configuration, and then this is the history. We just tried it inside the AI Studio prompt, right? This is important. That's because next time whenever you generate with a similar kind of prompt, right, it will generate the same kind of output for you. Okay, so that's the reason this is very important, guys. And once it is done, I will just comment this out. Obviously we want to use it in a different place, but this is the simple way that you can make an AI model call. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now in order to generate the course outline, here I'm going to write a new method called constant generate outline, or we'll say course outline, and the arrow function. Now this method we are going to call on the click of this generate button, something like this. Now obviously we want to make this call on the server side and not on the client side, otherwise from the network tab user can see our all API keys. Okay, so for that one I'm going to create a new API endpoint inside this API folder, and we'll call it as a generate course outline. Okay, and inside that we'll create a route.js file. Now over here we'll add a export async function, and we'll give a post request, and then we'll return the next response .json. Okay, we'll keep this empty. Now first thing we need to do is to get the all the body of the request. Okay, so inside that we'll get the course ID, Okay, obviously we need to add that one. Then the topic which user selected. After that we need to get, let me see all the fields. So over here I just change this to course and topic. So another is course type. Then we need to get a topic and the difficulty level. Okay, and most important, the user email which is created by. Okay, and then we'll say await request.json. Obviously whatever the body we pass, right, that body we just restructure it, and then we can save this one. Over here let me go back and we'll make the Inngest API call. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await Inngest dot post, because we are making post call, and then we need to write API endpoint. So here we'll say generate course outline, and inside the body we'll pass all of this information, the course ID. Now obviously in order to generate the course ID, I'm going to use this UUID4, okay, which is, you can get it from the npm package, and which will generate the unique identifier for you, okay, something like this. So which you can use it. So I will just copy this one and then I will paste it here, okay, and I'll say it as a course ID is equal to, and then it will generate the unique ID for us. Now this course ID I'm going to pass over here. Then I will just make this as a async. Then whatever we have inside the form data, we'll pass that one. So I will just destructure that as a form data and then created by. So in order to get a user email, make sure to import this use user from the Clerk Next.js, and then simply you will say user dot primary email address dot email address, okay, and we'll return the result something like this, and then save it. Now this particular method is used to save user input and generate AI course layout or course layout using AI, okay, and save. Now once it is generated, we are right now just consoling it. But if I go to this route.js, over here first thing we need to do is to generate the course layout using AI, and then we wanna simply save the result along with users input, okay. So let's generate the AI. Now we already have the AI model ready, so we'll just simply say constant AI response is equal to await, and what we call it as a, let's go to this AI model and we call it as a course outline AI model. Make sure to import it. Then here we'll say send message, and inside that we need to send the prompt. Obviously we don't have prompt right now, so we need to create our own prompt, okay, which I already show how to pass the prompt and no value. You can obviously modify according to your requirements. So what I will do, I will just copy this prompt from here, okay, and I will paste it here. Inside that I will just replace this value. So let's say you want to change this topic to actual topic value, then the course type which with the actual course type value, and level of difficulty will be, and the difficulty level name. Here we'll say difficulty level, okay, and then I think everything will be as it is. I don't think so there is any change that we need to make it. Now whatever the prompt we wrote, we will just pass over here. That's all, right? Now once we get the result, so here we'll say AI result is equal to, we'll get the result as a AI response dot text, okay. Obviously this is the JSON, but we need to parse it because we'll get it in the form of string. So we'll simply say JSON parse and we'll get the actual result, okay. Now once we got the result, we need to save all the information along with this particular field into our table. So currently if I go over here, I don't know why it's showing, okay, if you see we have this empty value, right, and that's where we need to save all the data. So over here we'll just simply say constant db result is equal to await db dot insert, and here we need to write the schema name dot values, and inside that we need to add all the value. Let's add first the course id, then we need to add course type, then we have the created by, then we have the topic, and then the last we have the most important, which is the course layout. So for the course layout I will pass it as a AI result. Okay, and if you see, this is the course layout. In that as well we are going to pass the what are the result we got from the database, and here we'll simply returning the value. Okay, so inside the returning value we'll simply return the all the inserted record, something like this. Okay, I believe this will return all the result, and then this db result we wanna return back. So here we'll say result as db result of 0. Here I will just console the db result just to check it's working. Let's save it and let's test this out. Okay, now obviously we already make that API call and we'll get the result on the click of generate course outline. Now let's select the any of this option, then we'll add, let's say you want to learn Python, we'll make difficulty level as easy, and I will obviously open the inspect panel in order to see the console and click generate. Now if you see we got the result, because once we click it, right, it takes some time to generate all the information, and inside the data we have the result, and inside the result, because we return as a study material table, that's why the field name is coming like that, and then we have all the information. Okay, now if I go over here, you will see in the record we have this course layout in the form of JSON along with the chapter title, summary, and the topic, and all the user input selection. Cool, right? And just realize I just refreshed it because the table was not updated, but here we have the status as a generating, because this course is not ready yet, because we did not generate all the course information or like course each chapter's content and all, right? But once it is ready, then we'll change the status as a ready, but for now I will just keep it as a generating. Okay, now if you see, everything is working as expected. Obviously I'm little bit updating over here, so here we'll say response as a study material result, and over here, so once we have the response, that response will update over here, and that's all. Now in order to display it, we'll need to say result.data.response. maybe here we need to write result again dot response. Okay, where, but yeah because we have returning the data from here and to this result. Okay, and then save this one. Now obviously if you remember our AI model obviously will take some time to generate all the record, and in meantime we need to show some kind of loading. So for that one we'll simply add the constant loading of a set loading is equal to use state, and we'll make this as a false. Now whenever you start click on the generating, here we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, it's as simple as it is. And also for a button we are going to add condition. So here we'll say if its loading is true, then we want to show the loading indicator. So here we'll say loader, and otherwise we'll show the button as a generate. Okay, now for this loader, in order to spin it like a circular, we'll add a class name and we'll simply add animate spin, so it will give the spin effect. Otherwise we'll show generate button. Also I will disable this button when the loading is true, because so that user will not click on this button and will not generate multiple record. Now let's refresh it and let's try it again. Now let's say you want to generate the course for exam. Here we'll say I want to learn atom and molecule, and I want a difficult level as, let's say, easy only, and simply click generate. I don't know why it's still doing generate. Okay, So maybe over here we set it as a false. So we made this disable directly true, so it need to be a loading. Okay, so that's why it was showing disable. Now we are, once we have all the information, click generate, and then you will see this beautiful loading say. Okay, and once it is done, the loading is gone, and now we have the record. Perfect, right? Now obviously once you generate the basic course layout, we need to redirect user to the dashboard. So let's implement that one too. So obviously we want to programmatically want to redirect, right? So in order to do that, you need to write a constant router is equal to use router method from the next/navigation, and simply once it is the data is generated, here you need to call router dot push method, or you can add a replace method so it will not go back to this particular page, and then simply you can call the method called dashboard and then save this one. Okay, now let's try one more time. Let's say you want to do some practice on, let's say you want to learn react.js. Okay, and you want to go hard level and simply click generate. Now it's spinning, and as soon as it will generate, it will redirect it to the dashboard page. Cool, right? So that's how you can make sure to redirect user programmatically from create page to the dashboard once the course is created. Now if I go back to the database, you will see all the information, and the latest one which we created, the react.js, and we select the difficulty level hard, and that's why it's showing some difficult chapters and all, see. Okay, which is quite cool, right? Perfect. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because now there are a lot of different section which is quite interesting while developing this particular application. Now once the course layout is generated, and as you know that we redirect it to the dashboard screen, we are going to fetch all the latest course layout. It doesn't matter if the status is generating or is ready, right? But we are going to fetch it for that particular user. So let's go back to our application. So for that one, first thing I'm going to write an API endpoint. So the call will be on the server side, and here I'm going to create a new folder and we can call it as a courses. Okay, and inside that we'll create page dot, not page, the route.js file. Here we'll say export async function. We'll rename name it as a post call. This will be the request, and we'll return the next response dot json, something like this. Okay, and before above this one we need to get the user email ID, and obviously we're going to fetch only a course which belong to that particular user, right? So here we say created by is equal to await request dot json. Now over here we'll say constant result is equal to await, and over here we'll say select db dot select from study material table. This need to be a dot from study material table, and then where clause, inside that we provide equal clause, and then inside here we'll put study material dot created by is matches with the user's current user email, okay, which is created by. And once we get the result, that result we are going to simply pass over here. Okay, now let's save this one and let's go back to the dashboard screen where we have the page.jsx file. Let's make this as a async, or maybe we can create a new component inside the component folder. Over here we'll write course list.jsx. We'll add a default template and save it. Now inside here we'll say constant get course list. Okay, also make sure to import this course list after this welcome banner. So over here we'll say course list, so that it will display on the screen, and inside the get course list I will just fetch the course information. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post call. Inside that we need to call an API call /API/courses maybe, and then inside the body we'll pass created by as the user's email ID. Let's get this user email ID using the use user hook, and here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. So, and let make this as a async, and just for your information I will return the console result. Okay, let's save this one, and obviously we need to call this method inside the use effect whenever the user information is available. So that's the reason I pass user to this use effect. So whenever the user value is updated or available, then use effect will again execute. Okay, let's save this one and let's take this out. So let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and I will just refresh this once. So right now we got one error that we use the use effect, so we need to make this component on the client side. So that's the reason we created this component actually. And now if you see, we got the data. Perfect. Now inside the data we have the 3 records, and all 3 records has this course layout. That pretty good. So simply I'm going to save that all the course list in one state. So we'll say course list is equal to use state. Initially it will be the empty, and over here we'll say set course list as result dot data dot result. Okay, and save it. That's all. Okay, perfect. Now once we have the result, obviously we need to display it on the screen. So for that one we just need to iterate this one. So over here we'll say course list, but before that I will add a h2 tag. We'll say your study material. We'll say class name font bold, text to Excel. Let's save this one. Let's say how it looks on the screen, and give margin from the top. So over here we'll say class name margin top to 10. Perfect. Okay, and below to that we want to display the list. So over here I will add a div, and inside this div we'll iterate the course list dot map. We'll say course comma index, the arrow function. Now over here you either write a code in order to display that course list card. Okay, and I think I forgot to show mockup how it actually going to look. So if you see on the dashboard, we are going to I don't think so I added that one. So let me add it over here. So simply I'm going to display this all the cards over here along with the all the details, and boom, this is how your card will look like. Obviously this is little ugly on the mockup, but once we design it, it might be it will be a good actually. Now over here this is the progress bar. Okay, so it will show how much progress you did it with the icon, course name, summary, and view button in order to view the course. So let's go back, and here we can create the item. So here we'll say course card item dot jsx. Let's add a default template, and let's import this course item card over here. Okay, and to this course item card we'll simply pass the course. Here also we'll provide the key as an index. Let's save this one, and right now if you see, you will see this 3 times because we have the 3 records. Now let's go to this course card item and let's accept it as a course. Now first thing we need to add the div, and inside that we'll add let's add one more div actually, and inside this we'll add an image, the source tag. Obviously right now I will just put this particular image. Let's go to this our public folder, and I will keep this image for now. So knowledge, I will just copy this name of the file. We'll paste it here. I will say alert other width, let's say 50, and we'll give height of 50. Okay, let's save it and let's see whether how it's looking beautiful or not. I think this is pretty good. After that, you want to add the date on which it's get created. So we'll add a h2 tag, and let's say it's get created on 20 December 2024, for example, right? We'll add a class name. Here will be text. I will put 10 pixel, then padding to 1, padding x to 2. I will make rounded full. Okay. Let's save this one, and obviously we need to add a lot of information, but I will for now I will keep as it is. For this particular div, let me go to the scores list and we'll make this div as a grid. Okay, and when the screen size is smaller, we'll make grid column 2. When it is medium, we'll make grid column 3. On large screen, we'll make grid column 4. Okay, we'll also give margin top to 2, and we'll add a gap to 5. Okay, let's save it, and this is how it looks. Let's bring image and this date in one line. So for this div, we'll add a class name as a flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center. After this, I want to give the topic name. So simply we'll add a course dot topic. If I save this one, you will see the topic name. Cool, right? Then we need to give some class name, margin top to 3 maybe. Also we'll add a summary, so you can get this summary using course dot, let's see the output. So inside the course we have the course layout, and in that we have the summary. Okay, so it's easy to access course layout, and in that we have the summary field. Now if I go back, I don't know why it did not came out. So this need to be an a summary, and then I think we have the summary. Perfect. Now obviously we don't want to show all of these lines, so we'll just clamp this one. So here we'll set class name. First I will make this extra small, and then we'll clamp the line. Once you clamp this line, right, it means it will only show 2 lines, and after that it will show this dot dot dot. Cool, right? Also I'm going to change the color. It's little gray color. Okay, or we'll make it this only small. Perfect. For this particular h2 tag, we'll make font medium and text larger. Perfect. Okay. I think we gave some gap over here. Yeah, so this need to be gap, something like this. We added 2 dash dash, that's why it didn't come. And then we have this title as well. Obviously I want to add, we added the topic as a title, but we can add the actual title, this course title. Okay, so let's add that one. So inside the course card item, instead of topic, we can say course layout dot course title. Now it will show the actual course title, say. Okay, over here I will little bit give margin top to 2. Perfect. And then I want to show the progress bar. Okay, so it will show how much user did the progress. In order to show the progress bar, we already imported the progress bar, just we need to show that one. So over here maybe I will add a div for that one, but later on if you want to add something there, we can add it. So let's add a progress bar. Here the value will be 0 initially, but let me show you how it looks on the screen. Perfect, right? Right now we'll give the 0 value, we can update later on. After this we'll give some class name, margin top to 3, and then we'll add a button. So over here we'll add a div, and inside this we'll add a button, and this button will say view, and save it. Perfect, right? We can put this button on the right hand side. So here we'll add a class name. We first will add a margin top to 3, we'll make it flex, we'll justify in. Perfect, right? Now let's add some border. So for this particular div, we'll add a class name, we'll add a border, we'll make it rounded large, we'll make some shadow. Let's see how it looks. That's look pretty good, but let's add padding to maybe 4. I think this is look good to me. Let's add padding 5, and I think I'm okay with this one. Instead of showing this 3, we can make it as 3 over here, 2 over here. I think this is much better, right? Now if I go to the inspect panel and just make sure that it is completely responsive, and if you see, perfect, right? I think that's pretty good. And obviously I'm going to change some color in the background, or we can just change the color for this one. So for the course card item where we have the date, over here I will add a background of blue, or we can make it primary only directly, or make it blue and then we'll make text white. Okay, perfect. Now one more important we want to update over here is if the status is generating, then we don't want to show this view button, and instead of that one we want to show some kind of text it's showing as a generating. Okay, let me show you how. So obviously over here I will add a condition: if the course dot status is equal to generating, okay, then I want to show a different thing. So over here I'm gonna add the h2 tag, and here we'll say generating, okay, dot dot dot, and over here we'll add a class name. To this one we'll add text as of, let's say, 12 pixel, then padding to 1, padding x to 2, we'll make rounded to full, and then we'll make background to gray and save it. Okay, now if I go back, so this is how it will look like if it is actually generating. Let's try to make this text as a white, so it is showing as a generating, and it still did not generate, so it will wait for that one, right? And over here we can give some kind of refresh button. Okay, so over here only I will add a refresh. I don't know, let's try to add this icon and let's see how it looks. I think this is what I wanted. Let's save this one, and I think this is perfect, but let's bring this in one line. So I will make this as a flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, and let's see, perfect. If I remove this text size, then it's perfectly matching, but it's still bigger. So here I will make it as a small, and over here we'll give a class name. So we can give height to 5 and width to 5. Perfect. Okay, now it means the background type is happening in order to generate some content for your chapter, because right now we just added the layout and not complete result or not complete data, right? For each of the chapter, it's just a layout of the chapter, but we need to trigger some background job, okay, which will generate the actual content. And for that one, obviously Inngest is quite helpful, because it will start running your task in the background. You don't need to care about that one, and as soon as it is ready, it will show it as a ready, and then obviously we're gonna update our status to ready, and then user can able to see the view button, and right, and then user can start learning from it. Now once we save the course outline to our database, we also need to trigger the ingest function in order to generate the note for our chapters. Now inside our chapter we also have the list of topics for which we need to generate the notes from the AI. Okay, so as you know that we already redirecting to a dashboard, but in meantime once we trigger the ingest function, it will run in the background and it will generate the content for us. And also we need to create a new table which will hold the chapters notes, okay, and we can in there we can save that one. So let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is to create a new table. So we need to write a schema for that one, and over here we'll say export constant chapter notes is equal to pg table. Here we'll say chapter notes. I will just add here as a chapter notes table because I just want to maintain the schema name to be same. And then we need to add the column. So first is a id is of type serial and the primary key. Then we need to add the course id for which we are generating these nodes, which is of type varchar, and again it's not null. Then we need to pass the chapter id. So obviously chapter id is nothing but the index id we need to pass. So here I will add a chapter id is of type integer. Again this is not null. And the last we need to add the content, or we'll say notes, and is of type text. Okay, and I don't think so we don't need to add any other things because obviously this particular chapter course IDs belong to that particular user, so that's fine. Okay, let's save this one and let's stop this studio. We'll push these new changes, and once it push out, so we have one error. It's saying that text is not defined. Obviously we forgot to import this text, so make sure to import it, and then we'll try it again. And now this time it works successfully, and then we'll just run our studio locally. So now if I refresh the screen, you will see the new table will appear over here along with the column. So we have the chapter notes and we have these 4 columns. Next, let's go back and let's write a function. Okay, so we are going to write ingest function, and inside here we'll say export constant generate nodes and is equal to ingest dot create function. Inside that we need to provide id. Here we'll say generate course and then after that we'll provide the event name, which is quite important, and here we'll say course dot generate. Okay, or we'll say notes dot generate, maybe that will be meaningful. And after that we'll simply add a sync method. Inside that we have the event and the step and then arrow function. Okay, now first thing obviously we need to run the, or over here actually we will get the payload data. So here we'll say course data, okay, or we'll just say course is equal to event dot data. Okay, now inside the course obviously we are going to pass all the course which is generated in our API response. Okay, we'll see you in I will show you in a moment. Now over here we'll say generate notes for each chapter with AI. Okay, now if I go back to over here, and this is the prompt that we are going to use. Okay, let me show you and let me run this one. So I will create a new prompt. Over here we'll paste this prompt. Now if you see this prompt only, right, it's showing that generate not this one, I think this is correct. Okay, so generate material detail content for each chapter, make sure you include all the topics and everything. Okay, the content will be in the HTML form. Do not add HTML head or body tag or title tag. Okay, and the chapter content. Now we are just making sure that you will get the response in the form of HTML. That is very important. Okay, I will tell you why. And here we'll just put some content. Let's say you want to generate the content or notes for this chapter. So I will just copy this object and we'll pass to the AI along with our prompt. something like this, and just run this one, and boom, if you see, it's automatically generated the notes for us. Now I will copy this prompt and I want to show on a online HTML viewer, so how it looks. If I paste this one, see how automatically it style for us, right? And you don't need to style it when you want to display it. It will display with this beautiful font with some gap space and everything. Okay, we have this listing and all of this information. Cool, right? So that's the reason we want the result from the AI in the form of HTML. Okay, so now I'm going to use this code, okay, because I want this history with the text and the response, so that from the next time we will get the similar kind of result, right? So what I will do, I will just copy from this one until this point, okay, the chart session to this point. So copy this, go back to your AI model, and inside here, because we already have the outline AI model, I'm going to create a new model, but here we'll paste this one, whatever we copied, and here I will say notes, generate notes, or we'll say no, generate notes AI model, okay, and make sure to export it so that you can use it. The reason that we use different one, because once you run this model and pass this similar kind of prompt, we will get the response similar like this one. So because we already have this history, right, and AI model will try to try to generate the response similar like the previous one. Perfect. Now we have this one ready. Let's go back over here. Now inside the course we have all the record, okay, all the record info. So it means it will have the all this information: course ID, course type, topic, difficult level, course layout, and all of this information. Okay, so that's the reason we need to pass in a such a way that you will get the exact result. Now once we have the payload data to this particular function, we will write a step. So here we will say constant notes result is equal to await step dot run, and inside that here we'll say generate chapter notes, the async method, and the arrow function. Okay, now over here we'll just get the chapters. I will say chapters is equal to course course layout. Okay, now from here we'll get the only chapters which we want. After that I will get the index is equal to 0, and then we'll say chapters dot for each, because this is list. So in that one we have each chapter, right, and the arrow function. Now I will make this as async because we are going to make an API or AI model call, and here I will write a prompt first. So I will just copy this prompt. Obviously you can get this from the description, the link of this workspace, and simply you can paste it here. Okay, so maybe we need to remove this. Perfect. Now at the end, if you see, we need to pass the chapter. So over here HTML, so over here we need to pass this each chapter, right? So and this chapter you can pass in the form of string. Okay, so here I will say JSON dot stringify, or you can pass in the form of JSON, doesn't matter actually, and the chapter. Okay, now once your prompt is ready, you know that what to do. You just need to call your AI model. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await, and your AI model name is, in this case, is generate notes AI model, and in dot send message, and here we'll pass the prompt, right? Now once you have the prompt, here we'll say constant AI response is equal to result dot response dot text. Okay, and then once you got this result, right, because for each chapter you are getting the result, right? Now you need to save this one. So over here we'll say await db dot insert, and here you need to save inside your let me get the table name. I forgot the table name from the schema, which is the chapter notes table. Make sure to import this one, dot values, and inside that the first value is chapter id. Obviously you can get this chapter id using this course dot chapter id. Then you need to add the course id. Chapter id nothing but actually the index value. Okay, so I will put it as an index value only. Okay, because every time if you see, let me show you over here, this is the first chapter, then this is second chapter, and that value we are just putting. So that's the reason we are maintaining this index, and the course id is nothing but your course dot course id. Okay, now once it is done, we'll just increase this index value, something like this. Index is equal to index plus 1, and that's all I think we need to do. Okay, and obviously here we also need to add the main important field, which is the notes. So let me just get this over here, and the last thing we need to add a notes. So as a notes, obviously, which is this AI response. Okay, whatever we get, we just display it. Now inside the return statement, here we'll just return as a completed. Okay, so obviously in this note result it will return as a completed, and now another step we need to write over here. Okay, now this will update the status from status to ready. Okay, because once your notes is ready, you can mark your course as a ready. So we are just updating this particular field. Now in order to update it, here we'll say constant update course status result is equal to await step dot run. Here we'll say update course status to ready, and the async function over here. Now inside here you don't need to accept anything, but obviously you need the course event ID, or sorry, course ID. So obviously we already have that course ID. So over here we'll simply write constant result is equal to await db dot update, and you want to update this particular schema, which is the study material table. Study material table dot set, and we want to set the value for the status. So we have status, and we'll say ready. Okay, and obviously we need to write over here condition, because we only want to do it for that particular course, right? So we are equal to study material table dot course id matches with the course dot course id. Perfect. Okay, and if you want to return something, you can just return it from here. Okay, so over here we'll say return success. Perfect. Okay, so what we'll do first, it will generate the notes, and once note is completed, then it will mark your course as a ready. Perfect. Now this particular function, the ingest function, you have to make sure you will add it to the ingest route. Okay, so over here make sure to import this one, so that you can trigger it from your code. Right now, in order to trigger this one from the generate course, I think that's correct, right? So from the generate course you can just trigger this one. Now in order to trigger the ingest function to generate chapter notes. Okay, now over here it's quite simple. You just need to write constant result is equal to await ingest client dot send, and over here we'll say the name of the function. So in this case the name of the function is notes dot generate. Okay, and then we need to pass a data which is quite important. So in this case, data, whatever data we are going to get it from here, we'll pass that one. So obviously from this DB result, we'll pass it like this, and that's all we need to do. Perfect. And if you want to print something over here, you can just return the result, okay, and save it. Quick thing, I just realized that from this DB result, right, our course information inside this again response field, so make sure to add it. And also inside the function, if you see this study material, right, if you go on any study material, you will see inside the chapter inside the, where it gone, yeah, inside the course layout, we again have the chapter field, right? So we have to make sure we'll fetch the chapters only. So here you need to add dot chapters, okay? So course, it means this record dot course layout dot chapters. Perfect, right? Let's save it and let's test this out. So let's go back over here. I will refresh this one and then click on this plus create new. You can select anything, let's say coding create, then click next, and here you can add the topic. Let's say you want to learn the React native, okay, and you can select the level and simply click generate. Now if you see, it starts generating, right? And then once the basic layout is generated, it will redirect you to the dashboard page. And if you see, it's redirected. And now if I go to the ingest, you will see just now it generated the course, and over here you will see this all the field or chapter list which is get passed, okay, along with the course ID and everything. You will see the function started, the chapter notes is generated with the data as a completed, then we have the course status is ready and it returns success, and then it's completed our execution. Okay, now if I go back to our database, you will see inside the chapter notes we have the list. Now obviously we have the 6 chapters, so that's why it's showing to 0 to 5, and for each chapter you will see the notes as well. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can generate the notes. Now whenever user jump on this particular screen, right, at the time of triggering the injection function, in order to create the chapter notes, we also need to pop up some toast notifications, so that user will get to know that our application is working behind. Okay, also over here I'm going to add one refresh button. There are two ways that you can check the status of the course, whether it's ready or not. One, by clicking that refreshing button, and other, you can make an API call after at certain times, like after 5 seconds or 10 seconds, in order to check whether the status is updated to ready or not. Okay, but I think for now we can go with that refresh button, so that user can click on it and user will try to get a latest updated course list. Okay, so simply let's go back to our application and where we trigger the function, right? So over here, when we call the method inside the create, so let's go to the create where we have the page.jsx, and over here we are making the generate course outline call, right? As soon as user redirect to the dashboard, we are going to show a toast notification. Now in order to add a toast notification, there are a couple of ways that you can do it. You can use third-party library, which is quite popular in the market, but we can simply use a shared CN's toast component. Now it has this particular component called toast, and here as well you will see the toast message. And there are another one which is similar to toast, but it is called as a sonar. Okay, which will give you something, the effect like this, means you can open the multiple toast message at once. Okay, so we'll use this one. So first copy this npm command, and inside your terminal just simply paste it, so it will install the sonar toast for us. Then the next thing you need to do, you need to add this toaster component inside your root layout. Okay, so you can trigger or show the toast message from anywhere. So let's go to this root layout, and over here I think we can add it, and just make sure to import it from the I think we need to import from the component UI sonar. Okay, so make sure you are importing from this path, and after that you can simply make a toast message. So if I want to go to this page.jsx, as soon as user redirect to the dashboard, we can toast this message, and we will let user know that your course content is generating, please wait. Or we'll say refresh, click on refresh after on refresh button, and then save it. Okay, now let me show you how it works now. So over here, let's create a new course, and we'll create a new course for a exam, and you want to give exam on let's say, I don't know the topic, but here we'll say history of Rome. Okay, and we'll give the difficulty level as easy. Obviously you can add more content if you want, and click generate. Now once the outline is generated, it will redirect it to a dashboard page, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful button called click on refresh button, means the toast message obviously. And that's why we are just letting user know that okay, your course is generating. And if you see, we have this beautiful animated icon which is saying it's generating. Now if I refresh the screen, and if you see, now our course is now ready, right? But instead of refreshing complete page, we can just refresh this particular section by providing the button. Okay, so let's go to the on this page only, but oh, not in this, we need to go to the dashboard page where we have this course list, and obviously we want to add a button in the same line. So over here we'll add a button, and we'll say refresh. Here I will add a refresh icon, and we'll also add a class name, not class name, but let's try to add a variant is equal to outline, and for class name I will add a border is of primary color. Now if I go back, you will see this refresh button. Also we'll make text primary, and we want this on at the right, so we'll make it flex first, and we'll make justify between, and make sure to add this item to be in center, so that it will vertically center. And if you see, we have this refresh button. Okay, now user click on this one, we have to make an call. Okay, so over here we already have this get course list call, so you don't need to implement any other. So simply over here I will add that on click method, and we'll call this get course list. Okay, perfect. So if I refresh it, now it will update with this latest information. Now we already have, but whenever we make an API call to this particular method, right, or to this endpoint, we need to maintain one state called loading. Okay, and initially I will make this as a false. Now whenever the we are making call, right, we'll make the loading as a true, and once we got the data, we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, now in the meantime, right, over here we can write if loading is true, or we can say if loading is not equal to true, or we'll say is equal to false, then we'll show the course list. Otherwise we can show the empty array dot map, and we are just showing the skeleton effect. Okay, so it's kind of loading effect. So simply we'll add a div, and we are still inside this div, so that's why it automatically applied the grid. Here you can give a class name, we'll add a height of, let's say, 56. Okay, with full background I will put a slate, we'll make this rounded large, and also most important, we need to add this animate pulse class name. Okay, so it will give the animated pulse like effect. Now if you see, we had that beautiful effect. We have one error, it's saying that okay, key property is not defined. So over here you need to add key as an index, and over here we already added. That's good. Now if I click refresh, see, you see this effect, right? Or if I refresh complete page, you will see that loading effect. Okay, so that's why we added this one. Perfect. So this is very important. It gives a better way for the user experience. Also, one last important thing, right now whenever we generate any course, right, it's coming at the last and we want that as a first, right? Obviously we need to order by the information. So inside this API course endpoint, let's go over here and simply we're gonna order it by. So here we'll say order by. Inside that we need to provide a descending order and on which field you want to make descending order. So that field ID you can give. So I will put on the ID. Obviously the last ID will become first, and if I refresh this one and click refresh, now you will see the latest one is coming at the top, and then so on. Now once user click on any of this study material or a course, we are going to redirect user to this course view page where user have the new route called course and / course ID. Now obviously each course has a different course ID, and depends on this course ID we are going to fetch the course information. If you see, we have the course, and here we want to show the course name, the summary and the progress bar where it will show how much progress user did on this particular course. After that we have the study material. On this one we have the notes and chapters which we already generated, right? So that's the reason it's showing in the form of color and it's showing as a ready status. But we also have flashcard, quiz, question answer which user can generate by just clicking this generate button. Currently it's showing in a gray color because this is not user did not generate it and this is not available in the database. But if you user want it, user will click generate, and in the background with the help of inject function it will start generating with the help of AI. And the last we have the list of chapters, okay, where whatever the chapters we have for this particular course, that chapter we are going to display over here. Obviously later on we're going to implement each screen for each of this study material which will be the different one, but before that let's implement this particular screen. Now first thing we need to do is to create a new route. So over here inside this app folder I'm going to add a new route called course, and inside this course route we going to add a dynamic route. So in order to add a dynamic route, you need to start with this square brackets and then you need to write the ID. So in this case is course ID, and then inside that we'll simply add page.jsx file. Let's add a default template and here we'll say course. Let's save this one, and now if I go back to our application and over here let's go to this course and let's add some ID. Okay, let me refresh this one. So right now we have an error, so we have this app course and then course ID. Okay, so we don't have dashboard here, so let me remove this dashboard, and now you will see the course route is working. Perfect. Now let's get this course ID. Whatever the course ID we pass, we need to fetch it. So here we say constant, we'll destructure this as a course ID is equal to use params. Okay, and save it. Now this course ID should match with this particular folder name which we gave. Okay, so that will get this course ID, and inside the dashboard components we have this course card item. Right now on the click of this view button we need to redirect it. So simply we'll wrap this button inside the link tag, then we'll add hrefs, and over here we'll redirect it to course / and the course ID. So we already have the course ID, so that course ID will attach, and then we'll wrap this button inside the link. Okay, so now whenever you click on the view, okay, let me make this as use client. Perfect. And now if I go back to the dashboard and if I click on this view button, you will see I redirect it to the course route with the course ID. Next, inside this page.jsx, here we'll add a dashboard header because we already have. Okay, also you need to make sure this particular route is a protected one, so inside the middleware.js file we'll add that route. So over here I will just copy this and we'll paste this one, and here we'll say course and save it. Okay, now this route is a protected one. Now first thing we need to do is to get the course information depends on this course ID. So let's create a new, or we already have the API endpoint called courses. Inside this route.js we'll write a new API call. So here we'll say export async function, but here we'll say get API call. Okay, and then we'll pass the request. Now inside here, in order to get the course ID from this particular request, you just need to write constant request URL is equal to request.url, and then we'll say constant search params is equal to new URL, and we'll pass this request URL. After that we'll say constant course ID is equal to search params dot get, and then we need to pass the parameter name, which is course ID. Once you have the course ID, we'll make a db call. So here we'll say course is equal to await db dot select from, here we'll say study material dot where clause, and inside the where obviously we need to match with this course ID. So here we'll say study material dot table dot course ID matches with the course ID which user pass. Okay, and then we'll simply return the next response dot json, and inside here we'll pass a result as a course of the first element, because obviously we are just fetching the only one course. Make sure it is in the form of object, and then save it. Okay, now our get API call is ready. Obviously you might have a question, we written two different functions, but two different functions have different API methods, right? This is a post, this is a get. So when you call the courses API slash courses slash get, it will call this particular function. Now let's go back to our page.jsx file, and inside here we'll make a call. So here we'll say get course is equal to, and inside that we'll simply write constant result is equal to await axios dot get, and inside here we'll make API slash courses question mark course ID is equal to, and then we need to pass this course ID. Okay, let's make this as async, and then once we get the result we'll simply console this result. Now let's call this particular method inside the use effect, and here we'll say get course, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and inside the inspect panel, go to the console, let's refresh the screen, and then you will observe inside the data we have the result with this all the course information. Perfect, right? Now obviously we need to save this in one state. So here we'll say constant course comma set course is equal to use state. Then here we'll say set course is equal to result dot data dot result, because we only want that course object. Once we have this one, let's add the new component. So one component is for the course intro. Okay, then we want to add a study material options, then we have the chapter list. Okay, so let's create a component. So inside this course ID only, you can create a new component folder called underscore components, and inside that we'll create a course intro.jsx file. Let's add a default template. Here we'll say course intro card, and we'll add default template with that name, and over here just import it. as a course intro card. Now to this course intro card, we need to pass the course information as a course and save it. Now let's go over here and make sure the course intro card is showing on the screen. Now next thing, obviously what I will do, I will wrap this everything inside the one div. And for this div, we'll add a class name as margin x to 10. Then when the screen size is medium, we'll add margin x to 36, and when it's large screen, we'll add margin x to 60, and also we'll give margin top to 10. Okay, now this is how it will look like. Let's go to this course intro card, and first thing we'll add the image. So here we'll add an image from the next/image, the source, and over here I will just use the same image which we use initially. So I will copy this name and we'll paste it here. We'll give a width of, let's say, 60 or maybe 50 and height to 50. Perfect. Let's make it 70, actually little bit bigger. After this, we'll add a div. Inside the div, we'll give the course title. So here I will say course title. So it's saying the course is not defined. Obviously we forgot to accept it as a browse because we are already sending the course information. So I don't know why the course title is not coming. Maybe it is something like this. Let's see inside the study material. Okay, so inside the course layout we have the course title, so my bad. So over here we have the course layout, and inside that we have the course title, and now this course title is showing on the screen. Let's give some styling. So here we'll say font bold, text 2XL. After that I want to add a summary, so we'll add a p tag, and inside that we'll say course layout dot summary. Okay, so this need to be an A. Perfect, and we have the summary as well. Now let's bring everything in one line. So here we'll make class name, make it flex, gap of 2 or maybe gap of 5, item to be in the center. Perfect, and we'll give some padding. We'll add a border, we'll make it shadows medium, and we'll make rounded large. And we have these beautiful cards. I can make this padding more padding. Let's padding 10. And after that we also want to add the progress bar. So over here we'll add a progress from component, and for this one we'll add a class name. Let's give some margin top to, let's say, 3 and save. Perfect. Okay, so this is how it will look like. If you want to add more information, you can just go ahead and add it like a date and lot of other fields. Okay, I will add it later on, but for now I will keep as it is. Now over here we also add some information like providing the number of chapters and all of these things. Let's say you want to show the total chapters count, right? Total chapters, and over here you can just get this total chapter count using this course layout dot, and I will just make sure the field name, let's say the chapters, and we'll get the length of that one dot length and save it, and then you will see the total chapter length. Cool, right? Let's give class name margin top to 3 and text large, but I will make this text gray color or make it primary actually. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Next thing, we need to add the study material. Okay, so over here I will just create a new component called study material section dot JSX, add a default template, and inside the course page. Over here I will add that study material section. Okay, to the study material section, we are going to add a list of the material. Okay, so over here we'll say constant material list, and inside that we'll add a name. So name will be, let's say, notes slash chapters. Then we need to provide the icon. Now this icon will already available inside this public folder, so we'll use that one. So for the notes, let's say you need to use notes slash png file, which is already inside the public folder. And then we also need to provide the path. So on the click of that one, where user should go, right? So that path, so here we'll say course slash the course id obviously we want, and then slash path we want. So I will just add the notes as a path. Okay, so obviously we will append it, and then the course with id and notes, and then we will add this path. Okay, after that we'll also add some description to this one. Here we'll say read notes before read notes to prepare, or something like this. Okay, you can give anything, some small description, and I think this is pretty much we want. I will add it for the all others material. Now I added the remaining materials. Okay, so it has a flashcard, the quiz, and the name, and for that one I also added the description, icon, and the path. Okay, now let's display it. Okay, so simply I will add an h2 tag here, and simply I'm going to say over here study material. I will add a class name, will add a font, let's add medium, text is of 2 XL. Okay, for this div we'll add a class name, margin top to 5. Let's see how it looks on the screen. Perfect. I will just make this as a Excel, and then we need to iterate this all the material list options. So over here we'll add a div, inside div we'll add a material list dot map, and here we'll say item comma index, and then arrow function. Now here we'll create a new component, okay, for this material list. So over here we'll say material card item dot jsx, add a default template and save it, and over here we'll simply use that study material, or what we call it as study material, so it's a material card item only. So this need to be a material card item. Perfect. Now to this material card item we need to pass the item as item. Okay, now let's go to this material card item and accept it here as an item. Let's save this one, and first let's iterate it. So over here inside the div, I want to add whether this particular material is ready or not. Okay, that one we can add here, but before that let's add an image. The source over here we'll say item dot, and what we have called icon, I believe. Okay, here we'll say inside the alt tag we'll add item dot name, will give a width of 50 and height of 50. Let's see how it looks on the screen, and if you see we have this all the images iterating. Now inside this material section, for this particular div we'll make it as a grid column 2 when the screen size is smaller, and for medium and larger screen we'll make grid column 4. Also we'll give a gap of 5, and this is how it will look like. Obviously for this div we'll add a class name, we'll add a border, we make shadow medium and rounded large. Perfect. We'll add a padding of, let's say, 5, and we'll make flex column item to be in the center, so it will be in the center. After this I am going to add a h2 tag with the name of the material. So in this case we'll say item dot name and then the item dot description. For item dot name we'll make font medium and save it. Over here we'll make class name text gray color to let's say 400. I think that's pretty good, or make it 5 and 500 and then we'll make this text small. I think that's much better. Also I will add text to be in the center, so it will be in the center of the screen, and then we want to add a button. Now this button is on the condition. Okay, so first button I will say start, I will say view only over here, only when the course is not ready, but right now the course is ready, it's showing like that. And what I will do, I will give some class name margin top to 3 over here and save this. Also over here for this h2 tag we'll add a margin top to 3, so some space. Perfect. And just above that we want to show whether this course is ready or not. So over here we'll add an h2 tag and here we'll say let's say ready for now. Okay, obviously I will wrap this in a class name. We'll say padding to 1, padding x to 2, background green color and text as a white, and we'll make rounded full, and obviously we'll make text is of 10 pixel. Okay, so we want smaller text, something like this, and margin bottom to 2. Perfect. Okay, and this is our study material is now ready. For this button, right, I will just make this button as a full, and we'll add a variant as an outline. Okay, so that's how it will look like, and this is our study material. Obviously later on we gonna check whether the, which material is ready to start user to learn it, right? But right now we are just showing it as in the form of UI, so we'll keep as it is. Okay, and one last important thing I want to do, so let's go to this page dot inside this study material section. Here for this div I will give margin top to 3. Okay, so now we have some space between this text and then this card. And the last section we need to do is to display the list of chapters. So I will copy this h2 tag because we want to add the list of chapters. And add a default template over here. I will add the h2 tag and we'll say chapters. We'll add a class name and we'll add margin top to 5, and this particular component we're gonna add inside this chapter list section. Now to this chapter list we'll provide the course with the course, and inside the chapter list we'll accept it here as a course and save it. Now if you see we have this chapter section. Now let's simply display the list of chapters. So over here we already have that list of chapters, maybe you can get that. So here we'll say chapters is equal to course dot course layout dot chapters. Okay, and save it. Just I will make sure it is a small chapter C. Okay, once we have the chapters, here I will just write like this. I will just use to iterate it. So let's add a div. Inside that we'll add a chapters dot map and chapter index and the arrow function. Here we'll add a div. Now what I did, okay, so inside our generate outline route, right, where we have this prompt, if you remember, in order to generate the course outline, right, here I just added one more small text. Here I will say along with the summary add emoji icon for each chapter. So what it will do, it will add an emoji icon to our database with a new field called emoji. See, for each chapter it has the emoji, the equivalent emoji, not exact but little bit equivalent. So that's why I added that one. So let's go back, and it's very helpful. So over here what I will do, I will add an h2 tag here. First thing I want to show the emoji, so here we'll say chapter dot emoji and save it, and if you see on the screen it will show these emojis. Okay, obviously here I will add a class name, we'll say text to Excel for now, and then after that we'll add a div to add a chapter name. So here we will say chapter dot, and I will just check the field name, which is the chapter title, and save it, and I will make sure it is displaying on the screen. See, right now we have only 3 chapters. Okay, so that's why. And then we want to add the p tag for, or to display the summary of that chapter. So we have the summary field as well. So here we'll say chapter dot summary. Perfect. Okay, for this one I will make class name text, or sorry, we'll make it font medium, and we'll make this in one line. So class name flex gap of 5 item to be in the center. Obviously we need to add some padding, so we'll add a padding of 4, let's say. Then we'll add a border, we'll add a shadow medium, and margin bottom to 2. We'll also make rounded corner to large, so it will look like these beautiful cards. Also we're gonna update the color of this summary. So here we'll say class name text gray color, let's say 400. I think that's much better now. Okay, and if you want you can just make this text smaller. Perfect. For this div we'll add a class name, and we'll give margin top to 3. Okay, and our chapter list also is ready. Obviously I will just make sure to add this cursor pointer, so whenever you hover on this one you will see this change. Perfect, right? So guys, that's how you can generate this simple and clean course view page. Okay, where you can see this course information, number of chapters, study material, and the list of chapters. In this section we're gonna focus on which one or which material is available to study, right? And if it's not available means user did not generate that content, and so that we can show it as a gray. By default, when you create the course, we also generate the notes for your course, right? And that's the reason it this particular section will enable. But for all others, we're gonna grade that out, and we're gonna give option to the user to generate by clicking the button. So in order to add that, first we need to check whether the content for this notes, flashcard, quiz, and question answer is available or not. Now simply we are going to create an API endpoint first inside this API, and we can rename it as a study type, and inside that we'll create a route.jsx file. Let's add the export async function method. We'll say post and then request. Now through this request we can get the material ID, or not material, the course ID, and then we also get the study type, okay, for which study user want to fetch the record, and here we'll say request.json. Now here we're gonna write a method if the study type is equal to all. Okay, so it means what we are going to do, we are going to fetch all the study types information from the database. Okay, but right now we are not saving any flashcard, quiz, or question answer in any tables, right? So obviously once we add it, we can add that one, but for now what we'll do, we'll just fetch the nodes. Okay, so here we'll say await db dot select from, and here we'll say let me go to schema to check the name. So it's called chapter nodes table, because we are saving the chapter nodes in one table, and then we're gonna store the quiz flashcard in a different table, but everything in one, okay, except the chapters. After this we'll say where clause, and inside that we'll add equal, and then chapter nodes dot course id is matches with the course id. Okay, and obviously once we get the result, okay, we'll return it. And over here after that we also get the all other study type records. Okay, but for now we are not fetching, we'll implement later on, but for now we'll just fetch the nodes. And for nodes we have the nodes, and for flashcards, which is null, then we have the quiz, again this is null, and then QA as a null. I'll mail, and then we'll simply return this one. So return next response dot JSON, and simply will return the result. Now save this one, and simply you need to call this inside your course page. So let's go to this course page, and over here under the study material section you can also call over here, and we'll say constant get notes, or we'll say get study material, something like this. Obviously we need to get the course id, so I will just get the course id from here, or simply you can also call this particular method. I will just keep it here because it's easy to pass information to this card item. Okay, once you add that one, here we need to make a call. So here we'll say constant result equal to await db, not db, the Axios dot post API call. You don't need to add this question mark, and then slash API slash the API endpoint, which is study type. Okay, and inside the body we are going to pass the course id. Now obviously course id you can get from this course id, and then we also need to pass study type. Now for now I will pass study type is all, because we want to fetch the study type record for all the types. Okay, and I will make this as async as well, and simply will console the result. So this will be result.data. Obviously we want to save this one, so here we'll say study type content comma set study type content is equal to use state. And you have to make sure you will pass this course id to this study material. So over here you need to pass the course, we just need to pass course id actually. Okay, so because we are already fetching this course id over here, let's save this one, and inside the console make sure you are fetching that data. So if I go to the console, and let me refresh the screen once, and I don't see, oh yeah, if you see on like page number 18, inside the data result we have the, okay, so this is not the one which we are looking, so my bad. Inside the study material section we need to call this method. Obviously we did not call this method, so we'll call it inside the use effect, something like this. Okay, and now you will see we got the data. So under this particular response we don't have flashcard, QA and quiz, but we have the notes, and we just use this information. Right, now inside this material card item we'll simply pass this study type content as study type content. Okay, now what we will do, let's go to this material card item, and here we have the item. So over here we also need to add the study type content. Okay, and here we can write a condition. Okay, so simply I will wrap this and then add this code, and here I will add a dynamic styling. Okay, now you might have question, how can we check for each card and how to apply the styling, right? So over here, if you remember, we already have this study material section where we have this material list, right? Here we'll add a type and we'll say, let's say notes, right? So this is nothing but the field name which is similar to what we are returning, right? So that it will be easy for us to get the data. Okay, so you don't need to check every time. So here just I am putting this value, and here we'll say type as QA. Okay, now what it will do, we'll check study type content dot notes. Okay, oh sorry, not notes, but here we'll say dot and item dot type is dot length is greater than or is equal to less than 0, or we'll say greater than 0, then we'll say, oh no, here I think we need to add it is equal to greater than 0, I will say. Okay, if it's less than 0, then we'll simply say grayscale. Okay, and then save it. And right now I don't think so it will work. So because the value is null, right? So that also we need to check. So rather we can just do null over here, and if I go back and boom, if you see now only this record has the data and that's why it's showing, but this one has an empty value. Okay, and not only that, but we also update this h2 tag because we also want to update this h2 tag. So what I will do, I will just copy this same condition, and over here if we'll add a condition, if it's null then show this h2 tag, otherwise show this tag. Obviously I will update this tag, so here we'll say generate, and I will just change the background color to gray. Okay, and if you see, this is how it will look like. Perfect, right? Same thing I'm going to do for the button. For a button I'm going to change the text. So over here I will paste this condition. If it's null, then show the generate button so that user can able to generate the study material of that type. See, now this one has a view button, but this one has a generate button because it's not ready yet. Okay, so, and you need to generate this one. And then we have the chapters. Now we are going to implement the notes type of study material, and once user click on this one, we are going to redirect on new screen where user can see all the notes, and after that we will do flashcard, quiz, question answer, and so on. Now if you see this mockup on this new notes view page where we are going to add the two button, next, previous, this one is the actual showing the progress. Okay, I'm going to tell you how can we implement that, and then we are going to display the notes over here. Okay, quite simple, but we need to create a new route. Okay, after the course, and then we have the course ID here. If I go to this notes, I should be able to go to the notes page, and this is called a nested routing. Okay, and it's quite easy. Just inside this course ID you need to create a new folder called notes, and inside that you can create a new page.jsx file. Let's add a default template. Here I will say notes or we say view notes. That's all, and save it. Now if I go to this notes route, you will see the notes route will display on the screen, right? But right now if you see, we don't have a header, and obviously throughout the different study type we also want that header. So there is a one quick thing we can implement. Simply to this page to this particular course, right, we can add the dedicated course layout. So here we'll say add layout.jsx file, add a default template, and here we'll say course view layout. Okay, and through that we can render the children. Here I will add a div, and inside that I will add or render the children. Okay, perfect. Now you can add that header, whatever header you added inside this page.jsx, I will remove it from here, and simply you can add inside your course layout children, something like this. And now if you see, we have the header for the view nodes as well, and to this previous page as well. Also you can add that space or padding which you applied to this class name, right? I will just remove it from here, and simply you can add just to this particular div which you applied to the children and not this one. Okay, and if I save this one, go back, you will see nothing will get changed. See, perfect, right? And obviously on the click of this view we have to make sure it will navigate to the correct path. So let's go to this material section, and then inside this card item we need to add on click, or we can just add on click over here. So I will wrap this inside the link tag key as an index and h reference with, let me wrap this first, and then here we'll say course slash course id slash item dot path. Okay, so here we'll simply say item dot path. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. Now if I click on view, let's click on view and it jump to the nodes where we have the text just called view nodes. Perfect. Now let me close all of this tab and we'll design this node screen. Okay, now first thing which I told you that we want to show the stepper, right? And this stepper, it depends on the how many nodes you have. Okay, so first thing we need to do is to get nodes. So obviously we need to make an API call in order to get the nodes. So simply inside our study type, right, we have the route.jsx. Over here I will pass the study type. Here I will write a condition: if study type is equal to nodes, then I will just fetch the nodes only. So I will copy this exact same thing and I will paste it here. You might have a question why I am doing this duplicate. I will tell you in a moment, but first let's implement that. Okay, and we'll just return the nodes in this case. Okay, and we'll make an API call. So here we'll make constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash study type, and inside the body we'll say course ID. Okay, here we need to get the course ID, so we can get it using this course ID is equal to use params. Make sure to change this to client side, and this course ID you need to pass, and along with that one you need to pass a study type which you can say nodes. Let's make this as a async and then save it. Obviously we'll console the result, and also we're gonna save this information. So here we'll say nodes comma set nodes is equal to use state, and we'll set the nodes using result dot data. And this particular method we need to call inside the use effect. So over here we say console.log, not console.log, but here we need to just call the method called get nodes and save it. Now if I go back to the inspect panel and inside the console, you will see, okay, let me, okay, now if you see we got the nodes. Perfect, right? Now depends on the nodes, we need to show how many progress we want to show, right? We can call it as a stepper as well. So over here I will add a div, and inside that we'll use nodes dot map. Here we'll say node, just I will call item in this case, and the arrow function like this. Now inside here we'll add a div, okay, and then we'll add a key as an index. Now over here we'll add a class name, okay, and I will add a dynamic value. So first we'll say width to be full, height to 2, and we'll make rounded full, okay. Over here for this particular div I will make class name flex, gap of 5, and we'll make item to be in the center. Now the reason that I added the dynamic, because depends on the user which nodes user is reading, whether it's a first node, second or third, right, and depends on that one we need to show the progress. So for that one also I am going to maintain one state called step count is equal to use state, and initially it will be 0, okay, and simply here we'll say step count, or maybe we can say index value is less than step count, right. Then we can show a background primary color, otherwise we can show a background gray 200, okay, and that's all. So let's save it and let me show you how it look like. So if I refresh the screen, and then you will see this progress. Right now we have only 3, but if you have 5 or 10, obviously it will be smaller, okay, and it will be fit inside this area only, okay. Now if I change this step count to 1, it means you are on the second node, then you will see the first node is completed, and that's why it's marking as a field 1. Perfect, right? If I change this to 2, you will see the 2 are marked, okay. Along with this one I also going to add a button, and here we'll say previous. I will change this variant to ghost, not ghost, let's say outline, and we'll make the size as smaller. Same thing I'm going to implement over here, but I will say this as a next and save it. And now we have these beautiful buttons as well. Now on this button I'm going to add an on click event, and this will only increase the step count. So here we'll say step count, or sorry, it need to be a set step count will be the step count plus 1 if it is a next button click, and if it is a previous button click, then we'll set the step count minus 1, okay. Now if the step count is 0, we don't need to show this button. So we'll add a condition, if step count is not equal to 0, then don't show this previous button, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back and refresh the screen, right, let me make this step count to 0, and now if you see we don't have previous button. If I click next, now the previous button will come. If I click next, say if I click previous, perfect, right. Now once it's done, we need to show the nodes, okay. So inside the div I'm going to add a div with a, and if you know that inside our database we have in the format of this HTML, right, HTML content. Now we need to show this HTML content on the or inside the React application, and it's quite easy. So just mark div, and here you have a property called dangerous set inner HTML. Inside here you need to add the HTML value, and obviously you already have the nodes, right, but you need to fetch which node you want to fetch, whether it's the first node, second node, that you can get using providing this step count, okay, and then you have the content, okay. Also here I will display this page only when the nodes are available. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. So if I refresh this one, let's see. So nothing is printing on the screen. Let's say why. So inside the console we have the nodes, and then okay, so we have the field name called nodes and not the content, so that's perfectly fine. And boom, if you see how beautiful our nodes is printing on the screen. Here we have this HTML tag, you can remove this, so we can just say over here only dot replace with this tag, empty tag. Perfect. And now there is no longer that HTML tag. Now to this one you can add margin top to 10 and boom, see, perfect, right? And your nodes are now ready. Now if I go to the next page, you will see the next page with the nodes information. Here we have the beautiful code block and all of this information. If I go to the next and boom, perfect, right? And obviously once it's finished you are no longer able to see it, so that's the reason we got error. Here you can add this optional chaining operator so that you will not get any error now, see. Okay, now on the last page over here I'm going to add a, let's add a condition, and here we will say if tape count, or here we will say nodes dot length is equal to step count, okay, then and an operator, and then we'll add a div and we'll simply show the chapter completed or some text message, end of notes. Okay, and here we'll add a button, go to course page. Let's see whether it's showing or not. Perfect. And if you see, once it's reached to the end, it's saying end of nodes, and then go back. Obviously here I will add a class name flex, item to be in the center, gap of 10, and flex column obviously, and justify center. Perfect. Okay, and then once you click on this one, it will go back to the previous page. So in order to go back to the previous page, you can also go programmatically. So first define the router is equal to use route, or use router, sorry, and then on the click of this button, sorry, you can say router dot back. Okay, now once you click on this one, if I go next, go to the course, and then it will jump back to the first page or the course page, right? And if I view it, see how beautifully it's looking. And this is our notes page. It's simple, clean and beautiful, right? In many big companies also not have this beautiful design and the simple and clean design. It's very easy to learn and easy to study on the basis of these nodes, because this is AI generated with the help of a lot of big sources. Not only that, but you know that we can just get the content on the basis of which you want to create the study material. You can just add it while creating a new course. Now it's time to generate and implement the flashcards. Now in order to add the flashcard, right, first we need to generate the flashcards with the help of AI, and then we need to save into our database. As you know that we already generated the contents or notes for the chapter and we save it to database. Now it's time to generate the flashcard, and for that one we can use this prompt. We are going to pass the name of the each chapter, okay, something like this, and once we pass it, we will say okay, now generate it in the form of JSON with front and back content, and we want maximum 15 cards. And obviously once it's generate, then we will save it. Now user will only click on this generate button, and behind the task we will start working on it. With the help of ingest function, it will start generating the flashcard and automatically save to our database. Once it's saved, right, and once it's generated and it's ready to use, we can also send email notification to the user that your flashcard is now ready to view. Okay, so first thing we need to do is to create a new table inside our database, and we can call it as a study content, and then in that one we can put it. So let me close all of these tabs first, and let's go to this schema file inside the config folder, and inside here we'll simply add export constant study content, study type content we can say, and here we say is equal to pg table here I will just type study type content table. Just I will make sure that all the names, the schema name is same, and here we'll say study type content in the arrow function. First we'll add the id serial and then dot primary key. Then we need to add the course id, which is a varchar and not null, and obviously it is not dependent on any chapter. Okay, it's a mix, so you don't need to provide any chapter name. Then here we need to provide the content as a JSON format, and the last is we also provide the type, whether it's a quiz or something else, right? So this is a varchar and this will be a not null. Obviously we want everything to be not null, but for now we'll keep like this only, and then save this one. Now let's stop the studio first, and then I will run the result push command, so it will update the schema for us. And once it is updated, you can run the studio. Just to make sure, we'll verify that new table get added called study type content, and if you see, we have this 4 column over here. Obviously if you need anything later on, we can just add it. Now let's go back, and here we are going to write a ingest function. So let's go to the ingest functions, and over here if you see, we already have this create function or generate nodes function, but similar like that we're gonna write a new function. We'll say export constant generate flashcards is equal to ingest dot create function. Now here, instead of just generating the or writing the function for each of the study type differently, right, we can just use one and then we can pass the appropriate value. So in this case, let's say you just want to, we can just say generate study type content. Okay, now obviously this will use to generate flashcard, then quiz and question answers as well. Okay, once you define this one, the arrow function, inside that I will provide the id. Here we'll say generate study content, then we need to provide the event, which is important. So here I will just make sure. Okay, so over here we'll say study type dot content, and here we pass async event comma step, the arrow function like this. Now obviously we are going to accept some of the data like study type. Okay, the prompt as well is equal to, and over here we'll say await, not await, just we'll say step dot data, or it's a event dot data. Okay, now over here we'll also going to fetch the material id. Okay, now what we'll do, this material id will help us to first fetch the course information. Okay, but we also can check whether it is possible to pass the prompt directly from the API. Here this need to be a course ID and not material ID, because we refer it as a course ID. I think that's all we need for now. Okay, now over here we'll say constant flashcard AI result is equal to step dot run. I think this need to be an await. I will just refer this. Yeah, so we have to use await over here, and then we need to provide the name. So here we'll say generating flashcard using AI. Okay, and then async function, and the arrow function, something like this. Okay, obviously you can refer this anytime. Now next thing we need to do is to generate the AI model or write a AI model in order to generate the flashcard, right? So simply what I will do, I will go back to the AI Studio, and inside here we will just use this prompt in order to generate the flashcard. Now if I copy this one and will paste it here, obviously if you see I just added this line of code, then this is the list of all the chapter title, and we'll just added this in JSON format with the front and black content and maximum is 15. Let's run this one and boom, if you see we have the front and back, okay, with all the details. So we have the front here, this is the information, the back side, and boom, perfect, right? Now over here we'll click on this get code, make sure to select JavaScript, and I will just copy this line, okay, because this is the model that we need to export inside our AI model. So let's go to this AI model.js, and I will just close over here, and here we'll say export and we'll paste this. So maybe we need to close this one, and here I will rename this to generate study type content AI model. Okay, obviously we're gonna use this. The reason that we use this history, as you know, that it will then try to create the similar kind of response which we are looking for. Now copy this one, save it, and I'm going to use this generate config because I want the output in the JSON format. If you want on plain text, you can create another config, and that config you can pass. So in this case I will use this particular config, so it will get the result in the form of JSON. Now once this is ready, let's go to the function, and here we'll just call that one. So simply I'm going to write constant result is equal to await, the model name is generate study type content AI model dot send message, and inside that we'll simply going to pass the prompt. Okay, and that's all we need over here. After this one we'll get the data. So here we'll say AI result is equal to result dot response dot text. Okay, and obviously we will have to make sure we'll convert this into form of JSON. So we'll pass this one, okay, and save it. Now make sure to return this AI result. Okay, so inside this file flashcard AI result we'll get this information, and now we'll save the result. Okay, so over here we'll create another step run. So here we'll say db result is equal to await step dot run, save result to db, the async function, and then inside that we'll simply write constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and then we need to provide the schema name, which is study type content table dot values, and inside that we need to provide the course ID, which we already have, then the type, which is nothing but the study type, okay, which we are going to pass over here, and the last we need to also pass the content, okay, which is obviously very important, and inside the content we are going to pass this flashcard AI result as our content. Okay, and once everything is done we'll simply return it inserted, or we'll say data inserted. Okay, you can write anything or you can return anything you want, and then save this one. Okay, so that's how easily we created this function. Now once this ingest function is created, right, we're gonna simply add that inside our ingest router. So go to the route and simply add it here, make sure to import it and save it. Now in order to make or trigger the function, obviously we are going to write an API call, and then to that API call we are going to pass all of these value to this particular function in a payload, data payload. Next, we need to trigger the ingest function in order to generate this flashcard. So for that one, we are going to create a new API endpoint, and here we'll say generate study type content, and this endpoint, to this endpoint will add a route.jsx. Here we'll say export async function, and this will be the post call, make a request. Here I will just rename because this endpoint name is too long, so here we'll say study type content only. Okay, and after that, once we have this request, right, from the request we'll just destructure it, and here we'll get the chapters, and then we'll get the course ID, okay, is equal to await request.json. Now once we get the chapters and the course ID, we'll create a prompt. So here we'll say prompt is equal to, and I will just copy this prompt which we use and we'll paste it here. Obviously inside this prompt, instead of this chapter, we are going to pass the chapter which we are going to use it. Okay, so I will pass it as a chapters. Okay, so obviously chapters will be the string only, so that's all. And after this, we are going to simply first we'll insert record to DB. Okay, and we'll update the status to generating. Okay, now obviously we don't have this status, so we'll create that column. So inside the schema, right, we are going to modify the existing schema for the study type content table, and simply here I'm going to add a status, and this will be the varchar, and the default value will be the generating. Okay, and save it. Now once the status is there, right, whenever you add a new record, it will automatically get added. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert record in a study content table dot values, and inside that we provide the course ID as a course ID. Then we'll provide the type as a what are the type we can pass. I think we need to pass the type as well. So over here we'll pass the type, and that type we are going to add over here. Okay, and that's all we needed, because obviously in the trigger function, right, in order to generate the content, let's go to this ingest function. Instead of saving the, obviously we are saving the result, okay, but instead of updating the or inserting result, we'll just update the record, okay, with this value. So you don't need to add those values, just you need to add the content. And over here I will just make sure to update this one. So here we'll say dot update, and this need to be a set dot values, dot where clause, and inside this where clause will add equal to operator. So first I will make sure the study material table dot course ID should match with the course ID, and also I'm going to put another where clause equal to, and in this case I will pass the study type. Okay, so here we'll say study dot type with the study type. Okay, when this both the condition matches, then only we are going to update the in our record, right? And I think that's good enough. Let's go back to our API endpoint, and once the you inserted the record, right, here we can say a returning statement as well, and from this returning statement we can get the inserted record ID. So over here I will say study content dot ID, I think this ID we can pass to our function. Okay, so over here we'll say record ID, and so you don't need to write all of this information. So simply we'll say just update to that ID. Okay, I hope you understand this one. Don't make a mistake and just make sure you understand, otherwise you can ask me question on our Discord channel. The link I will put in the description. Now what we'll do, whatever the value we get from the result, that value we're gonna pass to the ingest payload function. Okay, so now once we have this one, we'll trigger ingest function. Okay, now in order to trigger this ingest function, we'll simply say we don't need to await, we'll just add the ingest dot send, and inside that we need to give the event name. So in our case the event name is study type dot content, and then we need to pass the data. Okay, now inside the data, if you see, we have the data called study type. So let's add a study type as a data. So in our case we just accept it as a type, right? Then we also need to pass the prompt as a prompt. Then we have the course ID and the record ID. So course ID will be the course ID, and then record ID will be the result of 0.id. Okay, so result of 0.id. Okay, and obviously we don't need to await this one, it will trigger the function, and in meantime you can just return the next response. Okay, dot JSON, and over here you can write anything. Let's say you can return the ID only. Okay, perfect, and then save this one. So that's how you can make an API, the writer API method for, or API endpoint for this study type content, right? Now whenever you click on that material card item, so inside this study material section, right, over here we can add an on click method, and when you click on that one, I think we need to click on this generate button. We have to make sure we call that API endpoint. So here on click we'll call generate method, or generate content method, and then this method I'm going to define over here. So we'll say generate content. Now in order to pass some body for this particular endpoint, let's first add the endpoint. So here we'll say axios dot post method, and inside the post method we need to call an API endpoint, which is generate, or not generate, study type content. Okay, and then inside the body we need to pass the chapters, course ID and type. Okay, so let's add a course ID first, then we need a type. Okay, so this type you can get from the item dot I think item dot name, because that's the type, or we can write the type as well. I will still write the name. So yeah, item dot name. Okay, that will be good. Then course ID, obviously we need to get the course ID and the chapter list to this, or we can pass to this material card item. So from here we have the course ID, but also I'm going to pass a course information, and once we have this course information over here, we can pass to this one. So here we'll say course as a course, and from the page.jsx we can just pass that one. Okay, so from the study material section we get this course, and this course we then pass to this material card item, in order to get the chapter list. Now obviously in order to get the chapter list, right, let me show you and let me console the course over here first. So obviously you need to accept the course, and let me comment this out so that you can able to see whether we are getting the course information or not. So save everything and let's go back to our application. Now once I click on this generate button, you will see we got this course information, right? And from this course information we'll get the course layout, chapters, and then we want all the chapter title in the form of string. So we'll just concatenate that one. So first thing I will do, constant, over here we'll simply add the course dot course layout dot chapters. I will just make sure we are correct. So course layout dot chapters, and then we have this chapter title. So over here I will add for each loop. Okay, so here we'll say chapter, and inside that let's define a let chapters with an empty, and over here we'll say chapters is equal to chapter plus chapters. Let me add. Okay, so obviously we are just concatenating and saving, and if I want to see this one how it looks, so let me comment this out, save it, and if I click generate, you will see still it's showing object. So maybe obviously we need to get the chapter title from here. So this need to be a chapter title, okay, and not just a chapter. And I will add one condition because sometimes okay, sometimes if you get the field called chapter title, then make sure you will add that one, otherwise you can use this one. And now if I generate it, it's showing undefined. So let me get this course title only and not this one. It's still showing undefined. I think something is not correct. Oh, so this need to be a chapter title actually and not just a chapter. And now if I generate it, you will get the result. Perfect, right? Also I added this chapter title with the T. As I say, it sometimes you'll get the field chapter title or this one, okay, either one. And then once we have that, we have the list of chapter. Now I will just uncomment this, and over here obviously we'll get the course ID using this course dot course ID. Let me show you that. So here if you see inside here we have the course ID, and then we also need to pass the chapters. Let me make this as a async, and then inside the route we are also looking for the chapters. So that chapters we pass, and then here we'll say console.log as a result. Now when we're making that call, right, here we can set the loading as of true. Initially I'll make this false, but when we start generating the content, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it's finished we'll set the loading as a false. And once you define this loading, we can also define the icon. So this icon only enable when the loading is true, and here I will add the refresh, maybe refresh CCW, I'm not sure. Let's hover on this one. I think yeah, that's correct, and we'll add a class name animate spin. Okay, perfect. Let's save this one and let's test this out now. Also I just realized we forgot to push the new changes which we did inside our schema file. So inside the schema we added the new column called status, right? So make sure to push these changes and then make sure to run the studio and verify that this particular new column is now ready. Now over here, if you see, we have this flashcard, and let's click generate, then you will see this beautiful loading effect, and obviously it immediately we got the result for it. But if I go to the ingest, you will see the new function called trigger called generate study type content, and here we have the all the result. Okay, and everything get executed immediately. But if I go to the database now and go to the study content, you will see the course ID, the content, the type, which is flashcard obviously, and the status. Obviously this status we need to update it. Okay, so basically we need to inside the function only we need to update that one when we are updating the content, right? So over here we'll say status also need to update to ready. Okay, and now save this one. Now over here I will make sure to update it as a ready, and just to directly I will update, and let me close this one, and obviously let me close this and let's test this out again. So let's refresh it and then click generate. So if you see, we have this generate loading icon. Obviously it will wait until everything is finished, and if you see over here as well, the study type content is about to finish. It's finished, see. And now if I go over here inside the study type content, now we have the status as ready along with the content. Beautiful, right? Now as soon as you finish this generating the content, you can also verify, or you can fetch the study material. Obviously it means you can make a call to the study type in order to get all other data, and that's why we comment out here, right? And we need to pass that to this flashcard. So simply over here I'm going to call a constant. Here we'll say flashcard is equal to, or not flashcard, here we'll get the get content, we'll say content list, okay, is equal to await db dot select from, and here we'll say study type content table dot where, okay, and I will put same condition like this, except I will put this the study type content table over here. Okay, obviously I will get all the content list, but over here I will just find the record. So here we'll say item, and item dot type is equal to flashcard, right? And then if the item matches, that item will be set to the flashcard. Okay, hopefully this will work. Now obviously we need to trigger this, or you need to call this a particular post request method, right? Once we finish this set loading, what we'll do, we'll make refresh, we'll say just refresh data, okay, and we can say it as a true, and we'll simply call this over here. We'll pass this to the parent component, which is the study material section, and on refresh data we'll simply call this get study material, okay, and then save it. Now over here let's try to generate it, and it's generated automatically. Let me clean this out first. Well, let's try it again. So if I click generate, it's generating immediately. Let me see, over here it's still running. Okay, so it refresh it and the status is showing ready. Maybe it generated so quick, I'm not sure, but that's good, right? And our flashcard now is ready, and obviously we are making that we are triggering the get to latest study material, and that's why it's showing as a ready now. Also in the same time we are going to display, if I go to this material card item, here we can display the toast message as well. So over here we'll say toast message, and your I don't know what we call, your content is ready to view. And before this we can just add a toast message as generating your content. Okay, so this toast message will display. Perfect. And now on the view we are going to show the detailed view like similar like this notes, because on the notes we are showing that view. Also one more important thing that I made the change, okay, and just wanted to show. If you remember, we added this link tag in order to navigate to the obviously we feature notes and all, right? So instead of putting it over here, I will just remove from here and we're gonna add it inside the card item. Now the reason is we have the information, so over here I will just wrap this complete div inside this link tag, something like this, and we have the course id, so that we can get it from the course id, and then the path which we are providing. Let's save this and wait, make sure to import the link tag as well. And once you add it, okay, so we don't have index, so I will remove this. And now if I click view, let me go back, and now if I click view, we have this all the details. Perfect. Now obviously we don't have flashcard, but if I click on this flashcard, it will go to the flashcard, but we don't have the flashcard. Okay, now obviously next thing that we are going to implement is the flashcard. Now once we have the flashcard information to our database, it's time to implement and display the flashcard on the screen. Obviously we are going to create a new route, and on this route we're gonna show this flashcard similar like to this mockup. Okay, and obviously it's optional if you want to show the progress, and you can display how many flashcards are there, similar like a notes screen. And then we're gonna use a carousel component from the chat scene in order to move the flashcard from 1 to second to third, and so on. Also on the click of this card flip, we're gonna flip the card, and then the answer of the information of the given question will be behind this card. Okay, so in order to implement this functionality, first thing we need to do, we need to fetch the flashcard information first. Okay, on our flashcard screen. So let me close all of this tab, and then inside this course id we are going to create a new folder and new route we can call flashcards. Inside that we'll create a page.jsx file, add a default template, and we'll rename this to flashcards. Okay, let's save this one. And if I go back to our application, if I click on this flashcard, and I'm not sure, let me refresh the screen once, and if I click on it, it will go to the flashcard page. See, okay. Now over here inside this flashcard, first thing we need to do is to fetch the flashcards. Okay, so if you remember, we have this notes section similar like that, we need to fetch the flashcard as well. So here we'll say constant get flashcards and the arrow function. Over here obviously we need a course id, so we'll get the course id using use params. Okay, because we already have this course id over here, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post. And over here I will just make sure, because we need to get from the study type, and inside the study type we need to pass the course id as well as study type. And over here we're gonna write the another block, I think, and from that one we can get the data. Okay, so right now we'll make /API /study type, and then inside here we're gonna pass course id as course id and study type as flashcard. Okay, now you have to make sure this particular text should match with the type. Okay, I will make this as a async, and over here we'll just console the log as a flash card. Oh, sorry. Over here we need to write the result dot data and save it. Now this method obviously we need to call inside the use effect. And save. Now let's go back again, and obviously inside the route.js here we write a condition else, because except the nodes, obviously everything we are going to fetch from this particular table. So simply I'm going to copy everything as it is. Just I'm going to change this to study type content table. Over here as well I will say study type content table, and then I'm passing course ID. Along with that one I am also going to pass a where clause, inside that the equal to, and then we need to pass study type dot type matches with the study type. Okay, because we also need to match course ID and the study type together, and then save it. Okay, and now if I go back, let's test this out. So let's go and refresh this one, and if you see we have the flashcard, but we got the two result with the different course ID. Okay, it means something is wrong. So if you go over here and inside the else condition, right, that's where we are getting all the flashcards. So the thing is, instead of putting this to where clause, right, over here we have option to put the AND operator, okay, between these two values. So obviously we are telling, okay, match this one and this condition as well. So you don't need to add to where clause, so my mistake. And then complete, make sure to add like this. Over here I will put it down a little bit and save it. Now let's test this out. So I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I refresh this, now in this case we got the one result only. Perfect. Now this particular information, obviously we call it as a simply call it as a result, and here we'll return the result of 0. Okay, because only one element will get every time. Okay, and that's the reason we are returning that one, and save it. Okay, let's go back, and over here let's save this in one state. So here we'll say constant flash cards comma set flash cards is equal to use state. And now over here we'll simply add set flash card as a result dot data. Now once you have the flashcard, it's time to display that on the screen. So I will just add the heading tag as a flashcards. Over here we'll say help you to remembers your, or simply I have one, I will just paste it here. Okay, to this one I will add a class name font bold text to Excel and save it. Now if I go back, let's refresh the screen, and now we have this beautiful heading. Perfect. Let's go back and implement the flashcard. Now in order to implement the flashcard, we are going to use one library called React card flip. Okay, so it's very beautiful and easy library. Okay, and if you see this example, this is how you can flip the cards, vertical or horizontal. Now in order to use this one, first you need to install this npm command. So inside your application, inside the terminal, just make sure to install this. And for use case, right, if you see, this is the use case that you can use it. So I will just copy this as it is, and I will create a new component for it. So let's call flash card item dot jsx, add a default template, and inside that I will add this flashcard. Now make sure to import this React card flip, and it has a front component and the back component. Okay, so I will just make sure it is as a div. Okay, and Obviously over here we need to maintain whether it's a flip or not. So this particular method, let me do it as a flip and remove this old style React syntax, and is flip I will accept it from here, and handle click as well, and we'll define is flip over here. Okay, so inside the parent components I will say is flip comma set is flip is equal to use state, and over here we're going to import that component called flashcard item. I don't know why it's not getting imported. Let's import manually because there is some issue. Let's import it over here. Yeah, now maybe we have spell mistake. Make sure we need to put this in a component folder, so that's the reason we have some issue. So make sure to add it inside the component folder. I will remove this import for now and move this. Obviously I will rename this to with the capital F. It's always best that you can give the name of the component with the capital. And then save this one. Now you can easily import over here. See, okay, and obviously it will take two value. One is handle click, so I will simply call this handle click method, and one is the is flip. So over here we'll simply set the value set is flip as a value v. Okay, we'll define this method handle click. So we'll define handle click, so whenever there is a user click on this any item, it will flip it. Okay, now if I go back and over here, let me refresh this screen, and we have one error. It's saying flashcard item rendering different component. Okay, so here obviously we need to import this one as well. That's good. So over here we just need to pass the value is flip. Okay, and we don't need to do any action. And if I click on this one, okay, nothing is happening. Let me run this one. Obviously we did not add any method on that one. So over here on the handle click, right, we need to set the is flip value to opposite of the existing one. So over here we'll set the is flip opposite of is flipped. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So if I click on this one, see, it's flipping, right? Perfect. Now obviously we need to implement in on our own way. So I will just remove everything from here, and I will just add this question front side as a h2 tag. Okay, and inside the h2 tag we'll add a class name. Here we'll add a padding of 4, background to primary, text to white. I will make it flex, item to be in the center, justify in the center. I will make rounded large, and also will make this cursor pointer. Also will give height of 250 pixel and width of 200 pixel, and then save this one. If I refresh this and click on it, it doesn't affect anything actually. So I just restart my application. There is some cache issue maybe. Okay, so let's restart and let's wait. And now if you see, we have the card. If I click on this card, nothing is happening because we did not add any on click event. Okay, I will just make sure I will change this. I will add this width and height for a smaller screen, and when there is a medium screen, we'll make height to 350 pixel, and also we'll make width to 300 pixel. Let's save it and let's see. So I think I'm not sure why this is happening, but maybe we can figure it out later on. And same thing I'm going to copy for the back card as well. Okay, only thing over here we'll say, let's say answer backside, and instead of background primary I will make this white, but I will also add a shadow, a large, and I will make sure to change the text to primary. Here as well, let's add a shadow, large, and then save this one. Then after that we need to add on click event on this div. So here we'll say on click, and we'll simply call handle click event, and same thing I'm going to add it to this particular div as well, and save. And now it's working beautifully. See, front side and the back side. Let's bring this in a center of the screen. So over here I will put the div, and we'll put inside here, but before that we need to add an carousel effect. Okay, so this will help us in order to move to the next card. Okay, so in order to add that one, we are going to use a shared CN carousel component. Okay, and if you see, this is how it looks. So what it will do, it will go from one screen to other, and then it will give a beautiful effect as well. Now in order to use this one, just copy this npm command, and inside your terminal just paste it here, and then in order to use it, first make sure to import this. So I will import this inside our page.jsx file, and then after that we need to copy this carousel component use case. It's quite easy to use as well. So simply inside the div I will paste it here, and then inside this carousel item we need to add our flashcard. Let's add this couple of times for now, okay, because we are going to use list mapping, but for now, just for the example purpose, I am adding this 2 times. And if I go back to our application, so where is our application? Over here. Yeah, now if you see, we have these 2 buttons, and boom, see how beautifully it's moving from one to other. Okay, obviously we need to bring this in the center of the screen. So let's go to flashcard item, and over here let's add a flex item to be in the center, justify in the center, and let's see whether it's working or not. So still it's not in the center, maybe let's go to this carousel item, and over here only we can add a class name flex item to be in the center, justify in the center. Let's save it and let's test this out, and if you see, now it is in the center of the screen. Perfect. Also for this particular div I'm going to add margin top to 10, some space. Perfect. Now I'm going to remove this class item, because now we already have the flashcard, right? And that flashcard I'm going to use in order to iterate it. So over here we'll say flashcards dot map, and here we'll say flashcard comma index, the arrow function, and inside that we're going to put this carousel item as it is. Okay, now here we'll say key as an index. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now obviously we have error that flashcard map is not defined. Okay, let's make sure over here something like this, and here I will add and operator. Let's refresh these ones. So still we have the error that flashcard is not a function. Okay, the problem over here is if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, we are fetching these flashcards over here, right? But the thing is, inside the flashcard we have the content, and in that one we have all the flashcard. Okay, and obviously we have other information as well, but we have to make sure that we will access the content information. So simply over here I will add the condition that flashcard.content is there, right? And then obviously here as well we need to access it as a content, and then map. Okay, now let's refresh this one, and if you see, we have the cards. Okay, obviously there is some issue, because if you see, we don't have the next button. So let's check why the next button is not showing. let's after refresh actually it works. Let me refresh it again, and now we have this next button, right? And if you see, I can able to move it, right, until the 15, because we have the 15 cards and I can move each of them. If I click on this one, I can able to see this as well. Okay, perfect. Now next thing we need to do is to, let me get back, and we need to pass the each flashcard information. Okay, so to this flashcard item we want to flashcard information like this. Okay, that's because in the flashcard information we actually have the front and back content written. So if I go to this content over here, you will see we have front and back information. That information we need to pass. So over here I will accept as a flashcard, and then we need to write flashcard dot front as a question, and then here we'll say flashcard dot back and save it. Okay, now if I refresh this one, obviously it's still showing the old one, because I think we need to stop our application and restart again. So restarting, you will see the result. Okay, cool, right? Now if I click on this one, you will get the answer of that flashcard. Next thing, if I click on this one and go to the next one, you will see it's still showing the back one, because we make the flip as a true, right, over here, and that's why it is showing the back everywhere. See, now in order to fix this one, you have to make sure whenever you click next or previous button, you will set the flip card as a false every time. In order to do that, for a carousel it has a API provided called set API, and over here make sure to set the API. In order to set that, we'll define API comma set API as a use state, and inside the use effect, so over here we'll define the use effect, and it will execute whenever there is a change in the API, and if there is no API, then we'll return empty. And then it has a method, or we can call it as a callback method. So it API dot on, and on select it will trigger the event. Okay, and simply over here we'll set the flip, or set the is flip as a false. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Oh, so over here this need to be a mark, and if I flip it, go to the next, say it's come to the original position. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to update this one. Next thing, now this is task for you. If you remember, if I go back to our notes section, that's where we added this particular progress bar. Okay, and on the next you will see this progress. Now it's your task that you can also try to this particular component. Okay, it's quite easy because you already did it, and you can also use the same component over here in order to display progress to this flashcard as well. Now it's time to generate the quiz section. We already have the quiz section, but currently it's not ready. So you need to click on the generate button in order to generate the quiz with the help of AI. Now obviously, in order to generate this quiz, we need to pass a prompt, and to this prompt we need to tell to the AI model that okay, generate the quiz on the given chapters with the options, question and option, and along with the correct answer as well in the JSON format. Okay, you can, if you want to provide the maximum count, how many question and answer you want, you can define, otherwise you can leave it as it is. And once it generates, you can save it to a database. Now similar like a flashcard, we are going to implement everything similar like this, just the change is we need to pass the different prompt. Okay, and if I go back to our application, we already have this study type content, and this study type obviously the study type content is used to save the data. Now over here, if you see, this is the prompt which we use, but this prompt is basically used for the flashcard, right, in order to generate the flashcard. But we need to write a condition so that we can, if the type is a quiz, then we need to pass quiz prompt, otherwise we will pass the these flashcard prompts. Okay, and I think everything will be as it is. You don't need to do anything, okay, because we are passing type, and depends on the type we are going to save the data. Over here ingest function will be the same. You don't need to change anything. Only inside the ingest functions, okay, over here if you see we use this to generate the flashcard with the AI result, but now depends on the type, we need to add a new model which will help us to generate the quiz. So if I go to the AI Studio, I added this prompt, okay, the one which I just show you, and it generated this particular response which has the questions, answers, and all of this information. Now just click on this get code, and once you click it, obviously you know that we just need to copy this line of code, go back to your AI model screen, and inside here you need to add that model. Just change this to, we'll say, generate quiz AI model, okay, and to this AI model you need to pass the generate configuration because we want the output in the JSON format. So we'll keep this as it is and make sure to export this model so that we can use it. Now let's go to the functions, and over here depends on the type. Now we're gonna execute. Here we'll just simply add a condition if the study type is equal to flashcard, or it's a cards. Hopefully it's a card, so I will check in the database. So it's just a card, okay. So flashcard, if it's a flashcard, then we'll execute this particular step, okay. Otherwise here we can add else if study type is equal to quiz, then we'll use another model. So I will copy this existing one, okay, and actually instead of using this if else condition, let me undo this all of this information, okay. So what we can do, we can just change this particular model, okay. So over here I will add a condition. Maybe we can write over here only. So here we'll add if study type is equal to flashcard, then we'll execute this one. Otherwise we'll execute await generate quiz AI model dot send message with the prompt, okay. So something like this. Obviously if it's not a flashcard, then it will be the quiz AI model, means it will execute this model and everything will be as it is. Over here we'll just say AI result, and this AI result will use over here because that's where we use, right. And I think everything will be as it is. You don't need to change anything over here. Now inside the route, just you need to update the prompt. So inside this study type content where we have this prompt, so this prompt depends on the type, which is study type, we're gonna use it. So here we'll say if the study type is a flashcard, then we'll use this prompt. Otherwise we'll use another prompt which is which we can copy from this, and I will paste it here. Now instead of this chapter, we'll actually pass our chapters, okay, and our prompt is ready. Obviously when you pass it as a quiz, then it will use this prompt, okay, for us, and this will be as it is. You don't need to change anything over here. Now let's test this out and we'll see whether it's working or not. Now inside the quiz, right, when you click on this quiz, you have to make sure we'll execute this particular endpoint, okay. So let's go to the components where we have the study material card item, and I think hopefully that's where we call the generate content. See, okay. Now inside the generate content, we need to pass the correct value. So in this case we pass the name, right, which is whether it's a flashcard or any other else. So I think this will work perfectly fine. Let's test this out. Now over here, if you click on this generate button, you will see the generating your content, and then it's saying your content is ready. If I go to this ingestion function, here as well you will see the function completed and everything is successful. Let's go to the database and I will refresh this study type content. You will see the new record get added with the course ID, and then we have the questions and all the answer. It means obviously this is the question quiz, so everything is there. Status is showing as a ready. And now if I go back to our application, obviously it's not showing that it is enable or not, right? That's because we did not fetch once it is completed, right? If you go to the console and if you see the object, it's just showing the flashcard notes, but it doesn't show the quiz section. That's because inside the study type, right, we need to add the condition similar like this one. So I will just copy, maybe this one will work. So over here we need to remove this particular query, okay, and I think that this is right because we added this AND operator, and we need to pass this to, let me see, somewhere we did not add it correctly. So over here we need to add that one like flashcard, right? So let's copy this one and then paste it here, and here we'll say quiz. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I refresh this, and oh, so that's interesting. Okay, now if you see, it's showing the quiz as a ready one. Cool, right? Because initially it was not there, and now we have to make sure over here we'll fetch it correctly. Now for the QA as well, you can just add it as a QA and then it will work like a charm. Okay, but obviously right now we don't have anything which belong to QA, so it will not work. But for now I hope you understand how we easily display it. Right now on the click of view, we need to create a new route called quiz in order to display the quiz. Now if you want to try to some other example, you can just try. Let's say you want to try for this data structure and algorithm. Okay, right now if you see the quiz is not showing, click generate and boom, if you see, it's ready to view it now. And if you see you go to the database, here as well you will see that quiz with a new record and new course ID. Now we are going to display the quiz page. On this quiz page, obviously this will be a new route and we are going to display the progress bar. Obviously we are going to use the existing component which we use, and after that we're going to show each question one by one along with their options. Okay, once you just select the options, if the answer is correct, we're going to display that your answer is correct message or alert message, and if the user give the wrong or select the wrong option, then we're going to say it's incorrect answer, and then the correct answer is, and then we're going to give our answer because we already have all the information, right? But just the thing, we need to display it, and on the click of next we need to move to the next page and so on. Okay, so let's go and let's create a new screen. So I will close this all up tab first, and first thing we need to do is to create a new screen under the course page inside the course ID, similar like the flashcard notes. I'm going to add a new folder and we call it as a quiz. Inside the quiz we'll create a page.jsx file and let's add default template. Let's save this one. Now first thing we need to do is to get quiz, so here we'll say get quiz, and in order to get a quiz you need to write constant result and you need to make an API call. So axios dot post, and inside that the post call is to the API slash study type. Okay, and to this one we need to pass a body. Now if I go to the study type, just to make sure, we need to pass course ID and the course type. Now course ID obviously you can get it from the params, so here we'll say course ID is equal to use search params. Now make sure this component will be on the client side, and then this course ID we're gonna pass, along with we need to pass the study type. So study type will be the quiz. Let's make this as a async, and then I will console the result. Now inside here, obviously similar like this nodes, right, we have I think we have else condition and it's returning the quiz. That's pretty good. So let's test this out. Obviously we need to call this method inside the use effect, and I will simply call this over here. I think I deleted the course ID. Oh, so this course ID need to be here, my bad. And then we have the use effect in order to call this particular method. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go to this quiz first, and then if you see, the quiz text is showing on the screen, and we have the error. It's saying 500 error. Let's see inside the console what's the issue. So inside the console it's saying next response blah 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 blah. If I move a little bit up, it's saying value in the JSON is serializable, type error. So we'll see what's the actual problem. So our problem is it's coming over here. Okay, so maybe we can say if result is not, then pass the empty value. So let's refresh it again. We might get empty value if you see, because result is coming as empty one. So after refreshing, it was working. Not sure what was the issue, but in the page on line 18, now we inside the data, you will see that we have the result, and it is saying, oh, this is little different. So this is for exam course type. Okay, so I found the issue. By mistakenly we are use search params. Here it's supposed to be a use params only, okay, and not use search param. So that's the reason it was not getting the result. And now if I refresh it, hopefully we'll get it. And if you see, we have the result now, okay, for the quiz. I think now we are good over here. Let's save this in one state. So here we'll say constant quiz comma set quiz. Here we'll say quiz data actually is equal to use state, and over here we'll simply add set quiz data as result dot data, okay, and then save this one. Now once we have the information, obviously inside the content you will see we have the questions, and then we have the list of all the questions. Let's save it, and we're gonna show the step progress bar. So this particular component, now obviously, which I told you before, that we need to create, or you can yourself create that component. So I also created that component and I gave the name step progress. Okay, just I copy the component and put it inside this new file, and only thing that I am providing is step count and set step count along with the data. That's all. Okay, let me show you how to use this one. And if you want this one, obviously you can get it from the source code. Here I will add the quiz as a text. Here we'll make font bold, text to Excel, and then I will add that step progress component. Okay, now to this step progress component I need to pass a data. Now in our case the data will be the actual quiz information we may need to pass. So what I will do, I will just maintain the quiz state, and inside this quiz, right, I will just pass the only quiz over here. So here we'll say set quiz, so it will be in the inside the result dot data dot, if I go over here you will see inside the content and then questions. Okay, so this is how the actual list of questions will be there, and then I will pass this quiz over here. Okay, now once we have this progress, obviously there are a couple of things we need to pass. One is the step count, so I will create one more state which will hold the step count. Here will say set step count, and initially it will be the 0, and here we'll set the step count as, let me see what value we want to send. Okay, step count, here we'll say value as set step count, and then we also want to pass the step count only. okay, count plus 1 and save it. If I go back and if you see, we have the all this value. If I click next, see, perfect, right? And if I do previous, obviously previous is not working somehow. So maybe because we need to do the step count -1 over here. Here we did step count +1. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just set the value instead of doing anything. Okay, here we'll say value and the value only, and let's see. Perfect. Okay, and our step progress is now ready. Now next thing, we just need to display it as per our mockup. So over here I will add a div. Inside this we'll add a, or we need to iterate this quiz. We'll say quiz and an operator, quiz dot map. Here I will add the item, index and the arrow function. Inside this I'm going to create a component under the components folder inside the quiz. Here we say quiz item card item. Add a default template and save it, and simply we'll use this quiz card item. Now to this quiz card item I will pass quiz as an item over here. Okay, and we will make key as the index as well. Now inside the quiz card item we'll accept it here as a quiz and save this one. Now obviously I don't know why it's not showing anything. That's fine. So this arrow function need to be in the circular brace, and now we have the quiz item. Perfect, right? But right now obviously it's showing all the quiz. We need to pass each quiz one by one. So maybe we don't need to map this one because we need to pass it as a one by one. So what I will do, I will pass it as a quiz, but quiz of step count, means whether either first element from the quiz or second element. Okay, and that's how we will pass it. Obviously we don't need to pass this key index. And if I click next, obviously every time I'm getting quiz card item. That's because inside the quiz card item we only have the text. Now let's display the h2 tag, and inside that we'll put the quiz dot, and then let's go to our database. Over here we will see the question. Okay, so let's display the question and make sure on the screen it's showing. See, on the next I'm getting different question every time. Cool, right? Right. Now let's bring this in one line and put it, add some style. So here we add a class name, font, medium, text 3XL. Here I will add a class name, margin top to 10, padding to 5. Perfect. Okay. Now below that we're gonna add the options. If you want, let's make this in a center and let's see how it looks on the center. I think we can keep in the center. After this we'll add a div. Okay, and inside the div we'll add an option. So let's add a simple h2 tag, or we'll add a button. Okay, and inside the button we'll add options. Okay, over here we need to iterate that option. So quiz dot, and let me, so this need to be options dot map. Here we'll say option comma index and the arrow function, because we want to show that all the options, right? And then inside the button we'll show option dot just option. I think we don't need to pass anything over here. And if I go back, you will see the fourth option is showing on the screen. Here it is asking for index key, so we'll pass key as an index. Now let's apply some style. So here I will put the variant as outline. Okay, and also I will give a class name. We'll say width to be full. Okay, now for this div I will add a class name, we'll make grid and grid column 2, we'll give gap of 5 and save it, and boom, you see these beautiful options. Now I don't know whether we show, or let's add a h2 tag instead of button. Okay, and over here we'll add a class name, we'll add a border, we'll make rounded full and save this one. Obviously now we need to structure, so we'll add a padding to 2, we'll make text to be in the center. Beautiful. Now let's give margin top, so to this one we'll get margin top to 6, and we'll also increase the size. So over here we'll say text large, and we'll give more padding, we'll make it only 3 only. Perfect. And these are your options. Let's give some padding x to 5. I think this is much better, but this is how your text will look like. That's completely fine. And after that, on hover, we'll add on hover, we'll make background gray 200. Okay, now whenever you hover on this one, you will see this background. Okay, we change and we'll make cursor pointer. Now if I go to the next question, you will see the option and everything. Perfect, right? Now once user select the option, we need to save in one state. So here we say on click event, and I will define a state as well. So constant selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state, and simply I'm gonna set this selected option as an option. Okay, you can save it as an index, and obviously once user select the option, we need to update the style as well of that particular selected options. Okay, so over here I'm gonna add a condition, if selected option is matches with the option, then we're gonna just change the background to primary. Okay, and we'll make text to white. Let me show you how it looks on the screen. So if I select this first option, you will see the change. See, cool, right? And also we'll change the hover effect. So over here we'll say hover background primary. So now see, perfect, right? It show the selected option, and as soon as you select the option, we'll check our in our result whether it's correct or not. So for that one, on the click right here, I will also call one more method. So here we'll say user selected option, and then I will pass that option. Now this particular method we're gonna pass to a parent component from here. Okay, and inside the page.jsx we'll simply accept here as user selected option, and we'll call a method check answer. I will call check answer method. Obviously this has a value v, and it will pass this value, and inside the check answer, so constant check answer, so it has a user answer, right? And obviously I will also pass the current selection. So obviously current question I will say. Okay, so here from this quiz.step count, which is the current question, that current question I pass to this check answer, and over here we'll simply check if user answer is equal to correct question dot answer, then here we'll say your user's answer is correct. Okay, so we'll obviously save this in one state. So here we'll say correct answer comma set correct answer is equal to use state, and over here we'll obviously keep null initially. Okay, but user give the correct answer, then we'll set the correct answer as a true, otherwise we'll set the correct answer as a false. Okay, and over here we'll add that alert box. So let's see, in chat session we have the alert. So this kind of alert we can pass actually. Okay, but if you want to create one, we can create. So over here we'll add a div, and if the answer is correct, so over here, if this correct answer, if it is true, then it will show this one. If not, then we'll show, if it's false, then we'll show this one. Just we'll keep it as simple as this. Okay, and I will put one more if it's true. So here we'll say incorrect, here I will say as a correct, and save it, and let's test this out. Okay, so we have error that quiz dot option is undefined. So maybe let's go to this quiz card item, and quiz dot option is undefined. So over here I will add a condition, if the quiz information available, then only show it. And if you see, now we have bubble shot and it's saying incorrect, this one not, this one not, this one not. That interesting. So let's see. So over here we are checking the second option. What is the question? The which sorting algorithm average time complexity? Okay, so this one, right? So this is the question and this is the correct answer, but somehow is returning false. So let's see why. So inside our logic, this one is giving incorrect. So let's print this out. We'll see what it coming when you select the answer, right? So inside the inspect panel, we'll go to the console, and if I select selection sort, that's coming right. Let's see the user answer as well. So user answer is also coming right. I don't know what's the issue. Okay, so the problem is, obviously once we set the value is going to the next line of code. So here we'll simply return empty. Okay, now if I test this one, let me refresh it once, and if I select this type data, oh, it's still showing okay, let's go over here, and now if you see, it's showing true and correct. I just print this out as a data, so here I will remove it, and now we have the correct answer. See, perfect, right? So obviously make sure you will return empty over here. And now next thing, obviously we need to style this one. So here I will add a div, and inside this we'll say correct, and we'll add a p tag, your answer is correct. Over here we'll add a class name, we'll add a border, we'll add a padding to 3, border will add a green color with a dark green, and background will be the green, but we'll add a light green. Okay, also we'll make rounded large and save it. For this h2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, text large, and text to be green color with a dark, something like this. See, okay, here this one as well you can make text green dark. Perfect, right? And if it's incorrect, let's implement for the incorrect as well. I will keep everything as it is, just instead of green we'll make a red. Over here as well we make a red. So instead of green, make red everywhere, and here we'll say incorrect, and below that we'll say correct answer is obviously we need to pass the correct answer somehow. So So here we can say correct answer is, I'm not sure because we gave the same state name, right? So here we'll say is correct answer is correct answer. I will just change this to is correct answer, and here we'll say correct answer comma set correct answer is equal to use state. Okay, now make sure these to update over here. So here we say set is correct answer, and also over here. Okay, and once the answer is correct, obviously then only we'll set the correct answer as a current question dot answer. Okay, don't be confused. Okay, if you face any issue, you can always refer my source code, and over here we'll say correct answer, and let's check it out. So if I select this one, okay, this is the correct answer, but if I select this one, you will see the correct answer is step by step procedure, which is this one. Okay, if I go to the next, it's still showing the previous record, and that we need to get rid of it every time when we click on next button, right? So simply whenever the step count changes, we need to make sure that value will be the empty. So here we say if text step count, or maybe inside the use effect we'll do the step count. If step count changes, right, then we'll set the correct answer null, then we'll set the is correct answer to null, and let's see whether it's working or not. So let's see, this one is incorrect, this one is correct, next, see, perfect, right? So every time we'll go to the next, it will gone and it will come with a new page, new page, not new page but new question with the answer and without anything. And if I select any of these, now stack is correct, so it's coming as a stack, perfect. So that's how guys you can implement the quiz section. Just quick thing, this one I will put inside the center, text center, margin bottom to 4, perfect. So guys, if you have any question while implementing this quiz, let me know in the comment section. Because we are about to finish this particular course, the most important part is remaining is implement this or update this progress bar. Also we need to you can do it this question answer thing. Okay, so this is task for you and this is the exercise for you that you can implement the question answer, because you already know how to implement the flashcard and quiz. You can try this question answer as well. Now next thing what we are going to do, once user reach at the end of the screen, right, let's say you reach at the end of the quiz and you don't have anything, in that case we're gonna trigger the ingest function which will update our progress. Okay, so for that one I'm going to maintain we can maintain that inside the users. Okay, and over here we can maintain one percentage section, that how many is completed, right? So in this case, if you complete the notes and chapter, then you will get 25%, flashcard 25, quiz 25, and question answer is 25, and like that you can show the progress. Now we are going to update this progress bar. Depends on how many study material or courses user created. Obviously for a free user, or if user come to the first time and he want to use for a free, then we are allowing user to use 5 credits. And obviously in the current case we have 3 course created, and here we need to show 3 out of 5 credit use, and also we need to update the progress bar. Okay, so in order to implement it, I am going to use a context. Context is very helpful in order to share your information or data across the component or multiple component. Let's say you have parent component sharing, want to share some data in the grandchild, then also you can share it without passing to each of the component. Okay, let me show you how. First thing, let's close all of this tab and let's go to the app folder. Inside this folder we create a new component or a new folder called underscore context. Inside this we'll create a new context called user detail context, or we can say course list course count context, or we say course count context. Okay, and JSX add a default template, not default template, but here we'll just need to write course count context is equal to create context. Make sure it is importing from the React. Okay, once you done with this one, now you need to wrap your application inside this context provider. Now let's go to the dashboard, and inside the layout.jsx file I will simply wrap our application like this. So over here I will say course count context dot provider. Here we need to provide the value, or default value we need to provide, and let's wrap this layout something like this. Okay, now over here let's define some state, some empty value. So here we'll say course count, or we'll say total course comma set total course is equal to use state, and initially we'll keep it as a 0 over here, and then for this context provider we'll pass these to default state. Okay, now I will make this layout as a client side and save it. Now once you define this state, right, wherever you are fetching the all the course list, so inside the course list where you are fetching this course, just set the count value. And now in order to update the context, first you need to bring the context here. So simply I will use total context, set total context, make sure to wrap with the curly braces. Here we'll say use context, and then you need to provide the context name. So in our case is course count context. Okay, and over here I will just simply set the course, or set the course total course is equal to result dot data dot result dot length. Okay, and that's all. Now once you're done with this one, let me go to the sidebar. So inside the sidebar we have this section called progress. Okay, and obviously in the context we have the value, so let's bring that context. So total course set total course is equal to use context and then context name. Okay, so I will just make sure this is correct. Yeah, and now over here we'll display the total course. Let's save it and let's test this out. So let me refresh the screen, and as soon as I got this 3 here, you will see the count as showing as a 3 out of 5 credit use. Cool, right? Perfect. And then in order to update the progress bar, over here you need to write a value. Let's say total course divided by 5 and then into 100. Okay, so it will automatically calculate in a percentage format. Okay, between 0 to 100, and then it will show that percentage and show the progress bar accordingly. See, and I think that's all. That's how easily we update it. Now if I refresh it, obviously as soon as you get it, it will get updated. And if I create a new course, let's say you want to create a new course, you can write some topic. Let's say history of Indian America, or we'll say America only. Okay, you can select the difficulty level and start generating. As soon as you generate the course, and here you will see the count as well. Okay, now here you need to update the available count, which is nothing but the 5 minus the number of courses. So over here I will just update that one. So here we will say 5 minus total course. Okay, perfect. See, and now you have only one available credits. Okay, if I refresh it, now we have this American history and all of this information. That's cool, right? And if I go to this view, you will see the data. Perfect. So that's how easily you can update it, right? Now later on, if user has a members or user join the membership, then obviously we don't need to show this section, and that we will implement once we integrate the payment gateway. Now it's time to integrate the payment gateway into our application. We are going to add a subscription model, and once you add that one, user can subscribe to our application, and it obviously it's on monthly basis, okay? And for that one we are going to use a Stripe payment gateway. The reason that we are using Stripe because it's available worldwide and anyone can use this one. Let's understand the workflow first. Let's say user want to subscribe to our application, and user click on this subscription button. Once user click on the subscription button, with the help of our Stripe API, it will generate the Stripe URL. This URL is a Stripe hosted checkout page URL, okay, and then we'll redirect to that particular page. Once the payment is successful, it will trigger the webhook. I'm going to tell you how can we do everything over here. And then once the trigger webhook is triggered, we're gonna update to our database, okay, and then we'll record the or insert the record with the all the payment information. Now to our database, if I go to the user section, you will see we have option called is member, and we will just change this to true and false. But along with that one, we also gonna save the payment history, or you can say, or the record when user make a payment. After that, once this is successful, obviously user want to manage his subscription. If user want to cancel it, user want to upgrade it, anything, he can do that one. For that one also we are going to Stripe hosted a portal. That's the easiest way we can do that. And first thing, when user click on the manage payment button, it will generate the URL, and then will redirect that URL to the Stripe hosted portal, okay, to manage the payment. And then it also trigger the webhook URL. This is the same webhook URL that we are going to use, and then it will also update the database and insert the record inside our database. Depends on whether he changed the payment method, or he upgraded, or he canceled the subscription. Everything gonna record into our database. Now first thing we need to do is to create a new table. So let's go to the schema, and inside the schema we'll add a new table called export constant, and here we'll say payment record table, okay, or you can say invoice table, it's up to you. Then we'll say pg table, here we'll say payment record, and then we need to add a value. First I will add the id, okay, then we need to add the customer id, is of type varchar. Then it need to be a session id, I hope so. Then it has a varchar, and then you can add the date if you want. I will keep like as it is, okay, I don't want to add too much. Also inside the user table we're gonna add one more column called customer id. This is very important, guys, in order to manage the payment, okay. And for now obviously we can keep it as empty, okay, and then save this one. Now let's update our database. So I will run this push command, so it will update it, and then we'll run the studio in order to check whether it's there or not, or simply you can also check from the neon, because that's why where we hosted our PostgreSQL database, okay. Now I will just refresh this window, and then you will see the customer id showing null, and along with that one you will see the new table called payment record. Next thing, let's go to the Strapi, and if you don't have an account, create a new account. Strapi is a payment gateway, if you don't know, guys, okay. This is a very popular payment gateway and available worldwide. If you want to integrate any other payment gateway like PayPal, Razorpay, you can watch my previous video, okay. And just click sign in, so it will sign into your account. So on the home page it will look like this, okay. Currently I'm in test mode, but you can switch it to business profile as well. Also I will keep the link in the description for the documentation, because this is the URL in order to integrate the Strapi into your React Next.js application, and I'm going to tell you the easiest way to do that. So first thing, we need to copy this secret key, Okay, so just copy this secret key and simply go to your .env.local file. Inside here I'm gonna paste this. So I will say stripe secret key is equal to, and then paste this key and save it. After that, let's go to the documentation and we'll follow one by one. Now you have option that you can use this Stripe hosted page or embedded form or custom flow. We'll go with this Stripe hosted page. Now if you scroll down, first thing you need to do is to install the Stripe into your application. So I will install this one. Okay, so it's installing in the background, but the thing is, one more important thing I want to tell you, that I created a new route called dashboard/upgrade inside the dashboard folder, and inside that I added this simple UI in order to make a payment. So currently we have the free plan and the paid plan as well, and if you see, if I go to the dashboard/upgrade, you will see the new page.jsx file. Okay, so obviously you can get this in a source code as well, and once we are over here, on the click of this get started, we need to redirect user to the payment gateway. Okay, now next step from our documentation is just ignore this step. Okay, this is for the local development, or you can use the CLI. Now once I move to the next step, is you need to create a pricing model. Okay, now in order to create a pricing model, right, you need to create it from the dashboard, Stripe dashboard, and then we need to get that product or price ID. Okay, so let me show you how you can create. So once you are in the dashboard, go to this product catalog. Inside the product catalog, if you see, I already have the lot of product which I created, but click on this create product. Over here you can give the name which is required. So I will say easy study monthly subscription. Okay, and you can add description if you want. If you want to add image, you can add that one, and here you have option, if you want to one time or is a recurring. If you want to make per month subscription, then make sure to select as a recurring. The amount you can enter over here. Let's say you want to put a $9, or let's say $5. Yep, that's fine, $9. And then you can select the monthly period, whether it's a monthly, bi-weekly. Okay, so we'll keep this monthly, and simply click on add product. Once the product is added, you will see that product over here. Okay, just click on this one, and obviously you can see all the information about that one. Here we have the product ID, but we need the price ID. Now click on this three dot and you will see this copy price ID. Just copy this price ID because this is very important for us. And inside the .env.local file, I will just put over here, so Stripe price ID monthly. Okay, and here I will paste this ID and save it. Now same thing, you can create your own. If you want to create a multiple model, you can, a pricing model, you can add that one. Now next thing we need to do is to on the button click, right, we need to call this API endpoint. So let me add that call first. Okay, so inside the page.jsx file, where we have this get started button, right, on that one I will add on click, and here we'll say on checkout click, I will say. Okay, so this on checkout click method I'm going to implement over here, and simply we'll say constant result equal to await Axios dot we'll make a post request. Okay, so post, and then we'll make API slash payment slash checkout. Okay, so this particular endpoint we are going to create, and if you don't have any body, we don't need to pass anything, make sure to pass empty. But if you want to pass the price ID, okay, you can pass that price ID as well, but I'm going to use only one pricing, so I'm going to use it directly to the API side. Okay, I don't need to pass anything. Now once you are done with this one, or rather we can pass the price ID, but so that you can in future you can add multiple pricing over here. And I will just make sure then it should be on the client side, so I will add next_public, and also I'll make this as a use client, and here we'll say process.env.price ID monthly one. Okay, then we'll console the result dot data. Okay, so this is the API call. Now we need to create this particular endpoint. Now in order to create this endpoint, right, go to this API. Inside the API we'll create a new endpoint called payment, and inside that we'll again create a new endpoint called checkout. Okay, and inside that we'll create a route.jsx file. Now over here we'll say export async function post request and then request. Okay, perfect. Now it will obviously return the next response. Okay, and I will keep response.json. I will keep empty for now and save all the files. Next thing, if you scroll down, we need to create or write this backend code in order to create checkout URL session. Okay, it's quite easy. First thing you need to do to initialize the Stripe gateway. Okay, so over here we'll say constant Stripe is equal to new Stripe. From the Stripe, make sure to import this from the Stripe, and over here you need to add the secret Stripe secret key, so that you can get it from here. Now if you are using this any key on the server side, you don't need to provide this next underscore public, only when you are using this key on a client side. Okay, next, once you initialize this one, right, simply you need to copy all of this code. Obviously you need to get the price ID first. Let's get that one. So here we'll say price ID, okay, is equal to await request.json, and after that we need to copy all of this content. Okay, so simple, and paste it here. Obviously once we have the session, we'll just return this session. Okay, and to this success URL, right, you need to add the success URL with the session ID. Obviously this session ID you can save it as well, and I don't think so anything we needed, but right now I will add one more URL over here, and here we'll say next, not next, but here we'll say host underscore URL. Okay, currently our host URL is simply a localhost 3000, so I will use that one. Okay, but once you have that one, you can put your actual. So right now I will say process.env dot host underscore URL is equal to, and then session ID. So I will just make sure this is the host URL we use, and perfect. Okay, this need to be a plus, and then it will connect the checkout session. Obviously over here along with that one we'll say payment success and then session ID. Okay, for cancel URL you can just use this URL. Perfect. Okay, and then once it is done, it will return the session for us. Let's save this one and let's test this out until this point. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel in order to observe the response, and I will refresh the screen. Right now we got one error in the sidebar. Okay, so inside the sidebar the key need to be there. So let's go to the sidebar, and over here to this link, because I added a link tag right on click event, so that's why. And now we are good. Let's click on get started, and once you click on this one, boom, if you see from the Stripe you got this data, and over here you will see you got the URL as well. This URL we need to use it in order to open the checkout page. Now once inside the page.jsx file you got this result data, we'll simply say window.open, and over here we'll say result.data.url. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out again. Now in this case, if I click on get started, it will open the checkout page. Boom, how cool, right? With the price which we created, and here you can put the email ID, you can add a card. Okay, so over here I will add a card. This is the just test card. Okay, I will add the name, we'll say Tube Guruji and the zip code. Okay, and click on the button called subscribe. Now once you click on subscribe, right, it will going through the process, and once it is successful, it will redirect you to the payment success page. Obviously we don't have currently, but it's redirect to that particular page, and it has also have the session ID. If you want to save the session ID, you can save it. Okay, but the real magic will happen when you add the webhook. But in the meantime, we also can check inside our dashboard. Let's go to the dashboard and home page, and over here you will see the new payment is happening. Let me go to the customers, or maybe in the transaction you will see with this customer just now we added this or we subscribed to our application. Cool, right? So all of this information. So that's how guys you can make a payment. Okay, now next thing, from the documentation we need to monitor the subscription. It means we need to add the webhook, right? Now in order to add a webhook, it's quite simple, and this is the code that we are going to use. So first thing, let me close all of this tab, and inside the API payment endpoint, I'm going to create a new folder called webhook. Okay, so all the payment related API I will keep inside this folder, and inside that we'll create a route.js file. We can make it JSX for a consistent, and here we'll say export async function, the post, and here we'll say request. Okay, after that obviously we'll keep empty for now, and if I go over here we need to define the strappy. So I will just paste this line of code for a strappy, and make sure to import the strappy as well. Okay, and we already have the secret key which we added over here. After that let's define this event type. I think we can copy all of this information as it is, and we'll paste it here. Okay, and in the return we'll simply say next response dot json, and here we'll say result as success. Okay, if you want to add any more information you can add it. Now the most important part over here is to provide the webhook secret key. Okay, so first what you can do, go to the .env.local file, and inside that I will just add stripe webhook key. Okay, is equal to, currently we don't have the key. Okay, and I will tell you how to get that one. So just I will replace this over here first, and obviously it will go to the all of this method blah blah blah, and you don't need to worry about this one. Only thing that we need to get is a webhook, right? So over here if I go to the home page and simply go to the test slash, let's say, webhook, right? So I will just put test slash webhook, so it will redirect you to the webhook page. Obviously here you will find the overview, API keys, webhook, how many call you made it inside the overview, right? And inside the webhook page you can add an endpoint. Now it will generate the secret key for you only when you added this endpoint. Okay, so this is very important. So once we deploy our application, obviously it will then generate the endpoint once you added this endpoint URL, and then it will generate the secret key for you. Okay, but for now we'll keep as it is. Okay, and once we deploy it, then we can update that one. Just you can update it inside your .env.local file. And now over here, once the checkout session is completed, right, that's where you need to update your update into your database. So over here I will simply write a method called constant result is equal to await db.update, and here we need to update the users table. So let me go to the schema and I will see this user table. So over here we'll say user table schema dot set, and over here we're gonna put a what is the table name is member. Okay, and we'll change this is member to true. That's all. Also obviously you need to add a where condition, and here we'll say equal to, okay, because we need to only make this subscription when for that particular user. Okay, so over here we will say where equal to user table, and here we'll say email, and then in order to get the user email of the successful payment, we need to write data, because that data we already have, dot customer detail dot email. Okay, and that record will get updated immediately. Obviously over here we'll say if you want to write a result you can, and I'm not sure what else we can add it, because we also want to update the or add the record into our database once user is paid, that we can add it here. So over here I will just write, I will keep as it is, and you can add the record to payment record table. Okay, so that you can try that out, and everything I think it's look good to me, and then simply save it. Okay, after that the last important thing we need to do is to we need to give option user to manage the portal. Okay, let me show you how we can do that one. Let's consider if I go to the Strapi dashboard, okay, and let me go back, and inside the transaction I have the customer ID. Let's open this customer, and if you see we have this customer. Once you open this customer you will see the customer ID. It will be unique, okay, for each user, and I will put this customer ID to our database, okay, over here. And also I will make this to true because this is a member now. Okay, and let's go back to our application. Let's close all of this tab for now, and simply inside your upgrade page I am going to call the method. So here will say constant get user details, I will say is equal to, and we'll say await, we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot select, and dot from, here we'll say user table dot where equal to user table dot email, comma, obviously we need to get a user email over here using the use user clerk hook, and then here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, now once you get this data, let's save this data in one state. So here we'll say user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and after this we'll set the user detail as result of 0. Okay, as simple as that. And obviously we're gonna call this method inside the use effect once we have the user information, something like this. Okay, and once we have the user detail, right, and we'll check if user detail is already is a member, then I'm gonna change this button. So over here we'll say user detail dot member is equal to true or is equal to false, then we'll show this button. Otherwise I'm going to add similar button, but here it will say manage payment. Okay, and save it. Now let's test this out, and inside our database now if you see it's saying manage payment because we already updated this user as a member and it has a customer ID as well. Okay, now this customer ID is help in order to manage the payment. Okay, and this is the API code in order to manage it. It also generate the Stripe URL which redirect you to the in order to manage your payment. Now it's quite easy. First let's create an endpoint under the payment API endpoint obviously, and here we'll say manage payment, and inside that we create a route dot JSX file, add a default template, and over here say payment or manage payment will say, oh sorry, oh this is the route, so we just need to export async function post request. Okay, obviously it will return the next response dot json. Currently I will keep empty, and then you need to add a stripe. You need to initialize the stripe, so I will just copy this and will put it here. And the next part you need to do is to paste all of this content. Something like this. Okay, now obviously you need to add the return URL over here. Okay, so I will just add return URL as a process dot env dot host URL. Okay, as a return URL. And for a customer ID, we need to pass, or we need to get the customer ID using await request.json, because we are going to pass from the API. And I think this is all good. Okay, and once we have the result, we'll just return this portal session and save it. Now over here the return URL need to be a valid URL. Okay, so what I will do, I will just use some dummy URL. Obviously this is my website, so if you want any source code, any exclusive courses, you can just go to the tubegurji.com in order to access that, and simply I'm going to paste it here. Okay, obviously I'm going to change this later on, but for now let's save this one, and I think we are good over here. Okay, let's save this one, and now inside the page.jsx, where we have this manage portal, here we'll say on payment manage, and this method I'm going to create over here. Await axios dot post call, and in this case is slash API slash payment slash manage payment endpoint. Okay, to this one I'm going to pass a customer ID, and this customer ID, which we can get it from the user detail dot customer ID. Okay, we'll make this as a async, and then over here we'll console the result as well, result dot data. Okay, and I think we are good on this one. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So if I go back to our application, so this is our application, perfect. And if I click on manage payment, let me go to the console and click on manage payment, and boom, if you see, we got the URL to manage the payment, right? The similar like this one, I will just open that URL immediately. So I will click manage payment, and then it will open the URL, boom. And if you see, currently you added this monthly subscription, you have option to cancel the payment. You can even add a new payment if you want, and you can see your history as well. If you click on this cancel subscription, you can just cancel it like a charm, and again once you cancel it, it will trigger the webhook URL. Okay, something like this, see. And once it's triggered, obviously inside the webhook we already written the code in order to manage it, right? Just quick thing we need to do. So let's go to this webhook. Okay, and inside that, if you see, if once the payment is completed, okay, it will update is member to true, but if payment is failed, means user cancel the payment, right, then we'll set it as a false over here. Actually we don't need a result. Okay, and then save it. And that's how guys you can add the payment gateway to your application. Not only that, but you also manage your subscription model. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud. If you see, I designed this beautiful and simple landing screen. Obviously if you want to use this landing screen, you can access it from the source code, and from there you can get the landing screen code. Also, once you want to you are ready to deploy this application, first thing we need to do to push this all our code to the GitHub, and then we'll go on connect GitHub to a Vercel. Obviously we also need to deploy the ingest which we created, right? Because we use it on the local, but we want to deploy that one as well. But before that, let's deploy and push this code to the GitHub. So let's go to the github.com, and if you don't have an account, create a new. Then here I will create a new repo. I will give the repo name as a easy exam, or we say easy study, right? Easy study web app. Then you can add a description and then create the repo. Once the repository is ready, first thing you need to do is to set the remote origin. So I will go to the terminal and make sure to initialize the git, then set the remote origin, then stage all the files using this git add space command, then commit the changes using git commit -m. You can raise some commit message, and then simply if you are pushing it first time, you need to push with this origin main command. Okay, git push -u origin main. So it will push your all the code to the GitHub, and if I refresh, boom, if you see, our code is just pushed. Now go to the vercel.com, and you might have an account, because if you are watching my videos, many of the application I deployed on a Vercel. So here we'll add a new project. Make sure to connect your Git repository over here, okay? And here you will find an option called easy study web app, which is the repo we just pushed, right? So just click on import. Here you can give the project name. I will just add easy study. Then select the framework, and inside this environment variable we're gonna put all our environment keys. So simply go to the env.local file, copy all of these things and simply paste it here. Okay, now your code is ready. And once it is there, okay, so we don't have the strappy hook key, so I will just put some random, okay? And obviously we don't have a host URL, we will update it later on, and simply click deploy. Once you click deploy, now it will start building your application, installing all the package, and then it will deploy your application. So I will pause the video and we'll wait to complete this all the steps. And boom, if you see, our application is now deployed and saying, and it's showing this preview. Let's go to the dashboard, and over here you will find a domain, easy study, and some random domain they added. And if I open this one, we have this beautiful landing screen. How cool, right? And our application is now deployed. If I go to the dashboard here, obviously it's asking me to log in. Once I select the account, it will redirect you to the home screen, and here your details are. Cool, right? So guys, that's how you can deploy your application on Vercel. Now if you are trying to create a new course or any study material, it will not able to create for you. That's because our ingest function is not deployed, and our ingest function we were running locally, but now we want to deploy it. So inside this ingest, obviously if you don't have an account, create a new account, okay? And initially at the start of this video, we have already created this account. Over here the first thing you will see the manage apps, and here you need to sync your application, okay? Obviously you can click on the link in the description which open the ingest document for you, and inside that we have this deployment section, okay? So here you have option called deploy on any platform or runtime. So first thing obviously you can do is to sync the application manually, okay, by adding the information, or also you have option to automatically install through the Vercel as well, okay? So it's up to you, but the best way I will suggest that you can go with this ingest. So simply click on this sync app, this particular environment variable, okay, you need to copy, and first thing you need to add this environment key to your Vercel. So I will copy this ingest signing key and go to the Vercel. Over here go to the settings, and inside this environment variables simply paste it, or you can add new environment variable actually. So over here you can add it here, and in the value you can paste this value. So I will copy this and simply I will paste it here, okay, and then save it. Once you pasted this over here, you need to provide your application URL. So in this case our application URL is this one, okay, and after that you need to write /API/ingest, okay, because this is the API endpoint which we have, and then click on sync app. Now this might be failed because the signing key is invalid. It was not there. Obviously, in order to update your application with this sign-in key, you need to redeploy your application. So go to the deployments and just click redeploy. So it will redeploy your application along with the new API or ingest signing API key. So we'll wait to complete this deployment, and here our application is deployed successfully. Let's try this out now. Let's sync this app, and boom, if you see, our application is synced successfully. So after syncing our application successfully, let's go to this event section, and the next step that we need to do is to send an event. But for that one, we need to set that ingest event key. So simply copy this event key, go to your let's go to the Vercel settings, environment variables. So I am on the, okay, let's select the project first, and then inside the setting we have this environment variable, and inside that make sure to add this ingest event key. Okay, once you add it, then we'll go back over here and we'll click on this Vercel integration if you want to do that as well. Okay, and we already added this sign-in key. We have this ingest key, or otherwise Vercel integration will also add automatically, and click on this Vercel. Over here, connect the Vercel integration. These are the some of the steps we need to follow. Over here we'll add the integration, and then we'll select the account. Okay, click install, and here we need to select which project do you want to use. Okay, so I think we need, I don't think so there is a search method over here, but I think it starts with the E, right? So it's alphabetically ordered. Yes. So over here we have this easy study, okay, and save configuration. And if you see, each variable we have ingest key, and this one, the next time you deploy a project, Vercel your function will automatically appear in the ingest dashboard. That's cool. Click on this continue to ingest dashboard, and over here, I don't know why everything is showing over here, but yeah, if you see that for the easy study, it is enabled successfully. Okay, now you have option to configure as well, and I don't think so we need to change any path because that's what we have. Here is same Vercel deployment protection might block syncing, use deployment protection key option to bypass. But if you go over here inside the home page, right, our application is already synced. Okay, so you don't need to take any action, and over here we have some of the failed one, but let's try it now. Okay, so we'll go to our application and we'll see. And after successful run, if you see, we have these two content I generated. One is note and one is the study type, and both are completed successfully. Now if you see, if I open any of these, right, and over here this particular ingest function started at 3:02:02, and it take around 8 to 9 seconds in order to complete it, say this one. Okay, and if you are using the Vercel, right, in a hobby or a free plan, Vercel only allow you to run API up to 10 seconds. Okay, otherwise it will give you the timeout error, and in order to avoid that one, you need to allow or add this particular line of code called export constant runtime age to the ingest route.js file. Okay, and make sure you are allowing the stream allow this particular field, you will add it just above it. Okay, and everything else you have to done it as per the documentation. Make sure to sync your application, then connect these events with the Vercel, maybe with this with the help of integration with the Vercel, it will be very easy, guys. Okay, so just give a try and let me know in the comment section if you face any issue. Obviously the Discord channel I will set up dedicated to this particular project, so that if you have any question, any doubt, you can ask in that Discord channel as well.